and some joining us via video conference. For the benefit of witnesses, I am the Chair, Senator Lydia Thorpe. I am joined today in the room by Senator Louise Pratt. Senator Slade Brockman is joining us remotely. I welcome you all. These are public proceedings being video streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground which it is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. Commonwealth officers appearing today are also reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. A copy of the order is available from the Secretariat. I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking to mute their microphones, and remember to unmute when you speak. I now welcome Dr. Jamie DeWitt, who will be joining us today via international video conference from the United States. Dr. DeWitt, as noted in your invitation, parliamentary privilege applies only to people giving evidence in Australia. Parliamentary privilege is a special right that means that you cannot be prosecuted or disadvantaged because of anything you have provided in evidence that has been accepted by the committee or because you gave this evidence. However, because this privilege only applies within Australia, a person outside of Australia will not be protected by parliamentary privilege. As such, you may wish to refrain from making adverse comments about any specific person or entity. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Hi there. Yes, I'm Jamie DeWitt, and I'm serving here as a representative of the scientific community.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you very much. Again, my name is Jamie DeWitt. I'm a professor of environmental and molecular toxicology and director of the Pacific Northwest Center for Translational Environmental Health Research at Oregon State University here in the United States. My laboratory's research program is really dedicated to studying the effects of environmental chemicals on the immune system, and we do study per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, or PFAS, in my laboratory. Our goal is to look at the immune system's overall response to what's known as a challenge, such as how well the immune system makes antibodies to vaccinations and how well different immune cells work. Of my scientific publications, about half of them concern PFAS and include results of research studies that have been conducted in my laboratory at Oregon State and at my previous institution. Other publications on PFAS include reviews or commentaries that concern science-based decision-making for PFAS management. Many of these reviews and commentaries have been co-authored by my fellow members of the Global PFAS Science Panel. This is a group of scientists with expertise in PFAS. Thank you very much for asking me to provide some testimony about my knowledge of PFAS today. I was introduced to PFAS and their effects on the immune system in 2005. I was a postdoctoral trainee at the United States Environmental Protection Agency. Dr. Birnbaum was actually my division director, my boss's boss. When I was a postdoc, I was asked to confirm some findings that had been identified with exposure to perfluorooctanoic acid, or PFOA. These were reports of suppressed vaccine antibody responses in rodents. Now, I call this the vaccine antibody response. We don't actually vaccinate rodents, but for simplicity's sake, I'll just refer to this response as the vaccine antibody response. One of the authors of some of these findings said that PFOA was the most potent immunosuppressant he'd ever observed. We performed several different studies and did confirm that when PFOA is given to rodents in their drinking water for as little as 10 days, they had a suppressed response to vaccinations relative to animals that had not been exposed. Not long after we published our findings in 2008, an epidemiologist published findings reporting that PFOA and other PFAS could suppress the vaccine antibody response in children who are exposed to PFAS in the womb. Since then, there have been many different studies in rodents and different populations of people that have been performed, and the overwhelming majority of these studies have reached the conclusion that exposure to PFOA and other PFAS can suppress the vaccine antibody response. You might be thinking, well, it doesn't really seem like much of a change. It seems mild to moderate, but even mild to moderate immune suppression, such as these studies have demonstrated, can really have profound effects on the health of populations. It can increase the risk of communicable diseases as well as other diseases such as cancer, and the immune system is really a key player in keeping us healthy. When it's impacted, it can lead to lack of health. I wish I could say that the only health effects of PFAS are limited to the immune system, but we call PFAS multi-system toxicants because these agents can impact many different parts of the body. As you probably well know, the list of health effects is growing. Those types of health effects with the strongest body of evidence include kidney and testicular cancer, elevated cholesterol, liver damage, developmental effects such as low birth weight in babies, endocrine disruption such as thyroid disease, and immune suppression. It's been my experience that scientists who do not believe these scientific data are those scientists who work to support continued production of PFAS or lack of remediation of PFAS-contaminated area. There's really only a handful of PFAS that have been studied, but it doesn't appear as if those that have been studied are without at least some risk of producing adverse health outcomes. So what are we supposed to do as a society to reduce burdens? I have a few recommendations. One is that those who consider managing PFAS consider the essential use concept. If the PFAS is not essential for the health, safety, or functioning of society and alternatives are available, its use could be eliminated. Several states in the United States have implemented this approach for phasing out non-essential uses of PFAS. There's also this idea that regulation can support innovation. As you probably know, here in the United States, we now have maximum contaminant levels for several PFAS, including PFOA and PFOS. The goal level for PFOA and PFOS is 0 parts per trillion because they're classified as likely human carcinogens. No person should get exposed to likely human carcinogens in their water. This goal level has inspired many different companies to look for ways to remediate or destroy PFAS. More companies means more competition, means better value for the consumer, and more options for treatment facilities. I think we also need to understand that scientific data for PFAS are still evolving. Many have been understudied with respect to their toxicity, but there's really no reason to continue to allow exposures of these PFAS. Absence of evidence isn't the same as evidence of absence. So why should we as a society wait for people to get sick before we take action to reduce or eliminate exposures or risks? That's my opening statement, and I look forward to your questions. Thank you again for inviting me.
Thank you, Dr. DeWitt. Over to you, Senator Pratt.
Thank you. Thank you for your excellent evidence. Can you tell me the Stockholm Convention, how many of the issues raised in your evidence this morning are addressed by that convention and the amendments?
So my understanding of the Stockholm Convention is that its focus is on persistent organic pollutants or persistent pollutants that have the potential to bioaccumulate and that have the potential or evidence of producing toxicity. Several PFAS are on the Stockholm Convention, including PFOA, PFOS, and I believe PFHXS. So I think the idea behind the Stockholm Convention is that persistence is a driving concern for some of these hazardous chemicals because they're not sustainable in the long term in terms of the health, safety, or functioning of society.
So looking at a regulatory context is how much does, for example, adherence to the Stockholm Convention and implementation of that deal with the issues that you raise in your evidence as far as preventing exposure?
Well, I'm not an expert in the Stockholm Convention, so I appreciate your question. And I belong to a country that unfortunately is not a signatory to the Stockholm Convention.
Okay.
However, my understanding is that when chemicals get placed on the Stockholm Convention, they've already been in production and use and are already present in the environment. And so the goal is to reduce use, eliminate production with the hope of reducing or eliminating exposure and therefore driving down risks that come from those exposures. Yeah. That's my understanding of the goals of the Stockholm Convention.
In the context of the evidence in this inquiry, and I'm probably not as well informed as our chair, but I didn't know that PFAS also had immune suppressant qualities, although I'm sure that in turn also has links to various types of cancers as well. How widely known is that in the way regulators and people think about the need to address PFAS contamination? Has the kind of research you've been participating in high profile enough to really be a driver, and how can we assist in that regard? A driver in mitigation, monitoring and prevention.
So interestingly, several states here in the United States have used the immune system responses as a driver for some of their maximum contaminant levels for drinking water before we had a federal level here in the United States. There's also been pretty good understanding of the risks of immunotoxicity from PFAS in the Netherlands and several European member states. There's been some pretty good studies of scientists across some of those universities that acknowledge the immune system risks. There's also been studies in Sweden, there's been studies in Italy, there's been studies in Denmark, including the Faroe Islands, which is where we've received some of our epidemiological data about the immune risks of PFAS. The US EPA also considered the immune risks in their estimation or their calculation of maximum contaminant levels. However, they ended up using the cancer classification rather than what are known as the non-cancer endpoints, because when cancer classification reaches a certain level, that is the driver for the maximum contaminant level. But in terms of mild to moderate immunosuppression, such as what we see from PFAS being a type of health outcome that is well known, I would have to say yes, but I also interact with quite a few people who are immunotoxicologists, and we've been working very hard to enhance the general public's understanding of immune system risks. And there are people who live in contaminated communities who are very concerned about immune system effects. This was especially prevalent during COVID's peak, and several agencies here in the United States came out with statements of concern on immune system health for communities of PFAS contamination.
So in that context, there need to be a greater impetus for immunisation and surveillance to ensure levels of immunisation are high in PFAS contaminated communities so that we can get as much herd immunity as we can, and what's the scientific relationship there? I believe in universal immunisation anyway, but what does that add to our understanding of immunisation strategies?
Well, certainly immunizations give the immune system a tool to fight off potential pathogens. And without having that tool, it would be like trying to build a house without a hammer, maybe just a few rocks, instead of a hammer that's going to be very precise in helping you to build that house. I do know that there are concerns about diminished vaccine antibody responses in communities where PFAS contamination is high. There is some, I think, work on the clinical side to ensure that people who live in these communities can have conversations with their healthcare providers for additional or follow-up vaccinations should they not generate appropriate responses to vaccines. This is a recommendation that has been, I think, challenging for some organizations to make, because if somebody doesn't respond appropriately to a vaccine, we often don't know because we don't follow up on antibody levels except for certain types of vaccines. But I think there is an increased awareness that patients need to have these conversations with healthcare providers to make sure that they are properly protected when they get vaccinated.
So if we're not doing that kind of surveillance in Australia, how should and could we be doing that? To really monitor, because there's been a lot of debate around cancer and PFAS in communities that might have elevated levels of exposure, and all the focus seems to have been on cancer, but having a more in-depth look at immunisation and immune responses, as well as, it's not recommended to do blood tests for PFAS according to the Cancer Council, but you could also look for immune responses, etc.
Yes, I think that would go along with PFAS blood testing in areas where there is known PFAS contamination, probably for the general population.
You would support blood testing for PFAS contamination on cancer grounds as well?
On the grounds of several different health effects.
Yeah.
In 2022, the Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry here in the United States issued a report on clinical guidance for PFAS contaminated communities. And the recommendation was blood testing for people who have elevated risk of exposure for PFAS. And with the results of those blood tests, there were recommendations for what clinicians could do to elevate standards of care for people with elevated levels of the PFAS that they included in their report, which included PFOA, PFOS, and I believe 5 other PFAS.
So currently, for example, the Australian Cancer Council has repeated the evidence from healthcare sectors, and they say testing PFAS levels in the blood is not recommended, even for, I think, communities who have exposure, as it has no current value in informing clinical management. How should we address a statement like that as a committee in terms of reflecting that back at, the different medical organisations that, define clinical standards around these things and why, and then also the relevance of that to research?
So that is contrary to the recommendation of the report that I just mentioned. This is the PFAS clinical guidance report from the Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry.
Right.
I think patients have a right to know about levels of PFAS and other contaminants in their blood.
Yeah.
And when they have that knowledge, they can then be armed with that knowledge to take to their healthcare provider. They could even say, this report recommends that I get additional breast cancer screening or additional testicular cancer screening or have my liver serum enzymes measured more frequently. There's a woman here in the United States who worked with a healthcare provider because she lived in a contaminated community, who availed himself of information and said, you know what, let's do some of these additional tests because you do have very high levels of PFAS in your blood. They discovered that she had thyroid cancer, and if he hadn't taken action to do some additional blood work on her, they wouldn't have found the thyroid cancer until it was much more progressed. This is an example of just one individual, but it is an example of an individual who was proactive with her healthcare provider. And I think all people should have the opportunity to have that type of elevated care if they do have elevated levels of exposure.
Thank you. I've certainly got more questions, Chair, but I'm happy to rotate.
Thank you.
Call back.
Thank you, Senator Pratt. I've got a few questions. I think we've also got Dr. Birnbaum coming in at some stage. So if Dr. Birnbaum comes in, then we'll avail some of those questions to her as well. Every Australian, and no doubt many or all people in the US, have PFAS in their blood. What does the available research say about the long-term effects of low-dose persistent exposure?
I believe that most of the health studies that have been conducted in exposed human populations do represent that type of exposure, this long-term or chronic low level of exposure. The people who are at elevated risk tend to be those who have greater levels of certain PFAS in their blood, but the health effects that they experience, to the best of my knowledge of the epidemiological studies that have been conducted, are from that chronic low-level exposure. Now, there can be differences based on other factors in people's lives that could influence how they respond to the PFAS. There could be factors related to people's sex or age or genetic predisposition, but the evidence demonstrates that these health outcomes do occur at very low levels of chronic exposure.
Thank you. So what are effective ways to treat and support people who are already dealing with high PFAS blood levels due to their exposure, and hopefully avoid or reduce resulting health impacts?
Yeah, I think people in your country were some of the first to demonstrate that one of the ways for reducing PFAS blood levels is to donate blood. I believe there have been some firefighter studies in Australia that have demonstrated the efficacy of this particular approach. There are some drug trials with an agent known as cholestyramine, which can help to reduce PFAS uptake and also may help to reduce PFAS blood levels. Those are still, I think, fairly early studies. There have been a couple of publications on this particular agent. But right now, the only known way for reducing PFAS in your blood is time and reduced exposure so that you don't continue to bioaccumulate PFAS into your body.
The Australian government and industry often say the evidence is inconclusive or inconsistent and use this as an excuse to delay or avoid action. We have a PFAS, a cancer cluster in an Aboriginal community called Wreck Bay, who aren't provided with any kind of blood testing. They're still drinking dirty water, still bathing in dirty water, and they have still a number of cancers from children to elders in that community, and that's the feedback we're getting from the government. So from your perspective, how robust is the evidence base, and how should regulators treat uncertainty when dealing with persistent chemicals?
My appreciation of the scientific literature comes from my work with PFAS as a scientist. And with respect to some of the health outcomes, the level of uncertainty is actually quite low. If you look at consistency across studies, and if you look at the data that are supportive from experimental animal studies. For example, in 2023, a study was published on just the epidemiological findings for PFAS. It was a systematic review and meta-analysis. So it looked at 5 different PFAS, and it looked at antibody responses across different vaccines in adults and in children. And what they found is that the results of these different studies were actually very homogeneous or consistent. There was agreement among the studies, even across different types of vaccines, that these PFAS were all able to reduce the response to vaccines and that children were more sensitive. If we look at some of the studies related to cholesterol elevation, we also see consistency across studies. If we look at the studies related to decreased birth weight, we could see consistency across studies. So there may be differences in terms of the magnitude of the outcome, but what we see is that there's still reductions in birth weight, there's reductions in antibody responses, there's elevations in cholesterol. And there was also an interesting paper published several years ago by some of my colleagues that said, if we look at the differences in the regulatory standards across states here in the United States, the differences in the standards weren't necessarily based on uncertainty in the science. The differences in the standards were based on social and political drivers in those individual states. So that social political context led to differences in standards, not disagreement about the certainty or uncertainty of the science.
Thank you. Well, we certainly had 3M hanging around Parliament House when this inquiry first came out. So they were very quick to get into Canberra and make some friends. So why is it scientifically valid or even necessary to regulate PFAS as a class rather than chemical by chemical?
I was part of a scientific publication that came out a couple of years ago that did recommend a class-based management approach for PFAS, and it was based on shared characteristics of concern. One of the characteristics of concern is persistence. One of the characteristics is bioaccumulation potential. One of the characteristics is mobility, so the ability to move to points distant from a point of emission. And one of the characteristics of concern was toxicity. As a scientific group, we agreed that not all PFAS had all of these characteristics, but all PFAS had at least one of these characteristics, and all PFAS can be defined with a single chemical definition. Therefore, chemically managing them as a class seemed to make the most sense to us as a group as we considered this publication.
Thank you. So, in your view, which jurisdictions are currently leading on PFAS regulation globally, and what sets them apart, and how should this country be responding?
I can speak about the United States, and there are some states here that have implemented, as I mentioned in my opening testimony, the essential use concept. The state of Maine has implemented a phased process for eliminating non-essential uses of PFAS. I believe that they're phasing out these uses by 2030. The state of California has implemented the approach. The state of Minnesota has implemented the approach. And several other states have identified product use categories that they've determined to be non-essential uses for PFAS. The European Union is considering a PFAS restriction, and while it's not exclusively based on the essential use concept, it does use the concept as a way to determine what PFAS may be allowable under the restriction and what PFAS may be excluded under the restriction, or may be phased out under the restriction, I should say. So I would say there are individual states here in the U.S., and then there are actions in the European Union, and those are what I would define as some of the leaders in terms of taking action to phase out PFAS.
Senator Pratt, did you have some more questions?
I certainly do. I'm just looking at the Health Department's website here in Australia, health.gov.au on PFAS, and I was just trying to unpack the kind of level of there's kind of statements that say we don't have as much of a problem here in Australia as other places compared to how you frame the issues. And so they go on, they say there's limited evidence of human disease or other clinically significant harm resulting from PFAS exposure. Some studies have found associations between people exposed to specific PFAS chemicals and the following effects. And it does go through immune system, thyroid, lower birth weight, menstruation, increased cholesterol and uric acid, and an increased risk of testicular and kidney cancer with a couple of the PFASs. But they say that most of this evidence relates to PFOA, the specific type that's less common in Australia, and that they're typically from areas where chemicals like PFOA are manufactured and exposure levels are higher than in Australia. So, we still get our regulators and those responsible saying they're being precautionary, but framing it in the, you can hear how it's been framed to kind of mitigate, it's not actually mitigating the problem, it's saying that, explaining the problem in that kind of the way they've framed it. What do you make of? Is that a contemporary, scientifically relevant statement to give the public? How would you critique it?
I was a co-author on a publication with a retired medical doctor from West Virginia University named Alan Ducketman. He found that public health messaging regarding PFAS was not really helpful across many different agencies and across many different countries. So when we wrote the paper, we didn't pick just on the United States, we picked on other countries as well. And I think there's a balance between creating something that may inspire fear versus creating something that may inspire people to be proactive about their own health. And I'm not a clinician, I don't know what that balance is, but I know when I talk to people about my experiences and knowledge as a scientist, I want people to be armed with information so that they can make decisions in the best interest of their health and the health of their families. And discounting scientific evidence, in my opinion, isn't helpful. Just because there is not a causative link between PFOA or PFOS or PFHSS exposure and a disease, we still have very strong evidence about those links from epidemiological studies with support from experimental animal studies. So that means that the biological plausibility of these effects occurring in people being from PFAS exposure is increased. So I would say it's better to arm people with knowledge so that they can take action rather than arming them with information that may lead them to have no concerns whatsoever.
Why do you think we're still getting agencies and organisations referring to there not being a statistically significant link between PFAS and cancer? Is it because they're comparing it to only high exposure sites, and therefore they're discounting and ruling out those reports? How should we encourage our regulators to look at the evidence?
Well, I have two answers to that. And one, I teach statistics, and so when I hear statistical significance, I think, well, that's not the only reason for making a decision, because sometimes statistical significance can be inaccurate. So it's important to look at the body of evidence, including results that are and are not statistically significant, and look for those results that also have biological meaning in the absence of statistical significance. So that's, kind of a weight of evidence approach. My second response to that is that my understanding is that it can be very challenging to uncover causative links between diseases and exposure when you're dealing with an environmental contaminant. I go to the doctor and I take a drug if I have an illness. I get that drug in a precise dose. I take it for a specific amount of time. We even, probably even know where it was formulated. So it's very easy to track disease with drugs that people take because we have that type of information. It's more challenging with epidemiological studies. But I think if you look at different epidemiological studies, include the experimental animal studies, that the evidence overwhelmingly supports that PFAS are hazards, and exposure to PFAS increases the risk of experiencing those hazards.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Pratt. I'll ask a few more questions if that's okay. In Australia, as in other parts of the world, chemical companies are often the only source of toxicity data. How does this affect the quality and independence of the science used to assess human health risks? And how big a role does industry-funded research play in skewing regulatory outcomes?
I should preface my answer by saying that I do serve as a plaintiff's expert witness in cases involving PFAS. So I do work on the plaintiff's side in such cases, and many of these cases, the defending party are members of the chemical industry. So I think that toxicity studies conducted by industry are well-conducted studies. They often hire contract research labs. They produce copious amounts of data. They often follow guidelines. And so I think quality-wise, the studies are very good. However, many of the guideline studies that are performed don't always ask the right questions. For example, I studied the immune system, and immunotoxicity isn't a required study unless there's a finding of effects on lymphoid organs. These are the spleen and the thymus. So if there are changes in the cell structure or changes in the size of those organs, that's a flag for doing an immunotoxicity study. But for example, with PFOA, we see effects on the immune system in terms of the antibody response in the absence of any effects on the spleen or thymus weight. So if we just use spleen or thymus weight as an indicator, we wouldn't call PFOA or PFOS immunotoxicants, because we would never have uncovered the antibody responses. Hopefully that all makes sense.
Yes, thank you. The US EPA has recently invested heavily in PFAS risk assessment and has adopted far stricter exposure limits. What can Australia learn from their process and methodology?
I should also add that I was a member of the PFAS Science Advisory Board. This was a group of scientists that were advisory to the US EPA as they were considering their maximum contaminant levels and maximum contaminant level goals. Our job was to give the agency advice on whether or not the scientific approach they were using was appropriate and whether or not their conclusions were based on appropriate or sound science, to grab that phrase. The US EPA's maximum contaminant levels for PFOA, PFOS, Gen X, PFHXS, PFBS, and PFNA are based on strong scientific evidence that has been reviewed internally and externally. The MCLG, or the maximum contaminant level goal, as I mentioned, for PFOA and PFOS is 0 parts per trillion in drinking water because of their classification as likely human carcinogens. For the other compounds, the non-cancer endpoints are the drivers. These include effects on the thyroid gland, on birth weight, and on the liver. And some of the effects are in rodents. Some of the effects have been observed in epidemiological studies. And so I believe that the US EPA evaluated the database to the best of their ability and evaluated the science and reached these conclusions appropriately.
Thank you. I just have two final questions, and I'll put the rest on notice because I could sit here all day asking you questions. Australia is reviewing its water guidelines and contracted a private consultancy to do the assessment, a consultancy that has ties to the PFAS industry. Are you aware of other countries where this has occurred, and what risks do you think this poses?
I'm not specifically aware of other countries that have engaged consultants who have ties to industry, but I understand that in many different countries, scientists from industry and representatives from industry do have a right to contribute to the risk assessment process and to the rulemaking process. They have the right to submit comments. They have the right to have a response to comments. I think this is a good way forward to establishing regulatory limits that are protective for people who are unwillingly exposed, but still allow for economic development or innovation with respect to chemical production. I think it's important that regulatory approaches should have a balance, though, of voices from different sectors and shouldn't necessarily be driven by voices entirely from one sector.
Thank you. And my final question is, in your view, what are the most urgent reforms needed internationally to ensure that chemical regulation prioritises human health and environmental safety over commercial interests?
It's interesting you should ask that, because next week and the week after I'll be speaking at two different conferences related to green chemistry and sustainable chemistry. And I believe that I've been asked as a toxicologist to talk to chemists because toxicology isn't necessarily part of the chemical development process. And there's an interest in those in the green chemistry or sustainable chemistry arena to start thinking about toxicology before the chemical makes it to market rather than after it's already led to contamination in the environment. And so I think it is very important for chemical developers to consider toxicity at the very beginning of the process and start to incorporate some of those toxicological approaches in the chemical development process.
Thank you very much. I see that Dr. Birnbaum has joined us, so we might ask the remaining of questions to Dr. Birnbaum. So please feel free to stay on the line, Dr. DeWitt. Dr. Birnbaum, thank you very much for joining. Do you have an opening statement? We can't hear you. Looks like the line is quite sketchy. No, we can't hear you.
Is she on mute?
Are you on mute?
She can hear us.
Maybe raise your hand if you can hear us. Yep. Okay, we just can't hear you. I think we'll take a short break. Yeah, we're having trouble hearing you, Doctor.
Usually it's because you have to choose the right microphone in two different places on your computer. Usually you have to choose the right microphone in two different places on your computer. I see that you're wearing an Apple headset. Are you on an a tablet or phone or on a computer? Okay. Anyway, we can't hear you, but usually having connected to these things, you just need to make sure that in the app that you're using to log on or in the web browser, you've chosen the right microphone. Hopefully that helps. No?
Okay, we might just suspend proceedings, and we'll try and get you on the line in the background. So we'll take a 10-minute break.
Yeah, we can call you, have you on the phone at the same time as seeing your face.
Sorry about that delay. We have had some technical issues with trying to get Dr. Birnbaum on the line, and we will follow up with her to appear or provide a submission at another time. But for Dr. DeWitt, we thank you for your time today. If you have undertaken to provide additional material on notice, please provide it to the Secretariat as soon as possible and no later than 5 p.m, 30 June 2025 at your local time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I now welcome representatives from the Australian Academy of Science. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Dr. Hayley Teasdale, Head of Science Advice and Policy at the Australian Academy of Science.
Thank you. For those online?
Hopefully you can hear me. I'm Professor Oliver Jones. I'm a Professor of Chemistry at RMIT University.
Thank you.
Dr. Nathan Kyler, Senior Lecturer in Chemistry, University of Tasmania.
Thank you. Now, do you have an opening statement? Thank you.
Good morning, Senators, and thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the proceedings of this committee. My name is Dr. Hayley Teasdale, and I'm the Head of Science Advice and Policy at the Australian Academy of Science. My team at the Academy has been supporting scientists involved in many consultations and conversations and negotiations over a number of policy issues for many years. The Academy is an independent science advisor to government with the purpose to inform public policy and deliver better outcomes for all Australians. As we said in our submission, and as the committee is aware, there's a growing recognition of the potential environmental and health impacts of PFAS, with the PFAS concentrations detected in drinking water, soils, biosolids, and plant and animal life. The longevity and stability that make them useful in certain applications also make them persistent in environmental and biological systems, and difficult to identify and difficult to remove. This is clearly an area where science is a useful addition to the policy-making process, and the committee has commendably already heard from experts in a number of fields. At the risk of stating the obvious, science can only provide advice based on research that's already been done. Where there are gaps in knowledge, it's because we haven't yet undertaken the necessary studies. More than that, though, PFAS monitoring, impact assessment and remediation are at this transitional point between academic research and regulatory science. And that may or may not lead to some unsatisfactory answers along the lines of, well, we're not sure yet, and that hasn't yet been determined. However, academic research is directed at generating new knowledge by investigating research questions. And then we're at this transitional point between that and regulatory science, which is not so much concerned with generating knowledge, but providing certainty for regulatory decisions. So between them is this transitional period that we find ourselves in, where the questions are needed to inform eventual regulations. And these are questions that your committee has been asking, like what is a safe level of PFAS exposure? What does that look like over a lifetime? What are the long-term clinical impacts? What technology options are available for remediation? And some of these questions do have answers drawn from existing research and policy and technical responses locally and internationally. However, some of them don't yet, so we're still relying on that fundamental research. This transition is marked by a deliberate shift from inquiry-based research to a more comprehensive, coordinated approach to building the evidence base. This is why our submission called for a strategic national monitoring program. It's not intended as a generic call for more funding for research. Rather, it is an investment in government scientific infrastructure to fulfil government responsibilities towards its citizens. The experts I have with me today are Professor Oliver Jones, whose expertise is in analytical environmental chemistry, tracking pollutants through environment and their possible effects on biological systems, and Dr. Nathan Kyler, who's a synthetic chemist whose work has led to chemical sensors for environmental pollutants. This represents a focus on the chemicals in the environment, and that's where we're best placed to answer questions today. But for any questions outside of our expertise, the Academy is very happy to convene its fellowship and additional scientific experts to answer questions to inform the committee's deliberations. So if we're not able to answer a question today, or if at the end of your hearings you find yourselves with any knowledge gaps requiring scientific input, the Academy is very happy to convene the relevant expertise to assist the committee. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I'll hand over to Senator Pratt for questions.
Thank you very much. I'm struck by what you said around regulatory science versus academic science. We heard from an academic that's contributed to a great many regulatory outcomes as our last witness. I'm not sure if you were able to catch some of her evidence, but it really highlighted the need for that precautionary approach within regulation, and that we're not just looking for a toxic threshold, we're actually accepting the science that this is carcinogenic and can affect the immune system and have a whole range of different outcomes, and we need to regulate for that. Perhaps you could respond to that. But Chair, I'm also mindful, are other witnesses giving opening statements as well? Do we want to hear from all of them first, or?
No, just the one opening.
Okay, well that's great. I'm happy to therefore put that question to you, Dr. Teasdale, or the other witnesses to see who's most relevant to answer it. Yeah.
Sure, I might begin and then hand over to my fellow witnesses. I won't speak to regulation as our remit falls more into the fundamental science that sits underneath that. So I might just say that building that evidence base that's consistent and reliable and is able to create informed decision making based upon that, whether that's regulatory or other, is very critical at this point. Nathan or Oliver, would you like to speak to this?
I'm happy to speak to you, if that's all right, Nathan. Senator, thank you for the question. I think it's an important point. The only thing I would say is that we need to be cognizant of the difference between mere detection and exposure and the level at which causes harm. For example, if we look at alcoholic drinks, we know that alcohol is a class 1 carcinogen, which means we're sure it causes cancer at certain concentrations, but we don't necessarily regulate that nobody can drink alcohol. We know that UV light outside can cause skin cancer, which is why we wear sunscreen in summer, but we don't necessarily wear it all the time in winter. But it's not the case that you'll get cancer as soon as you step outside. There is a dose-response relationship. So I think we need to understand, yes, PFAS are a problem. It depends which PFAS we're talking about. And we know that in certain cases, some of them can be harmful. But before we regulate anything, I think we need good understanding of exactly where those risks are. And I accept the precautionary principle is a good place to start, but we also have to remember there's no such thing as no risk in our daily lives. If you take a car to work, there could be a car accident. If you take a plane, there could be a plane accident. So we have to sort of think about what level of risk are we willing to accept in these things.
But if we can't ascertain that risk and we know there's a risk, what are the implications, therefore, for regulation? Like, for example, with the last witness, we were discussing, in response to the Chair's question, about whether these chemicals are regulated as a single class, knowing that they all have at least one vector, but many of them, a great many more vectors for cancer and other toxins. And in other regulatory jurisdictions, they've therefore made the decision to treat them as a single class, as opposed to the kind of approach where we're seeing them separated out. So, for example, the Health Department's website federally currently says there's 2 types of PFAS that are really recognised as contributing to these 2 specific types of cancer, but they're quite uncommon in Australia. So what are the implications of seeing a statement like that versus the decision of other jurisdictions to treat the chemicals, you know, as a single class for regulatory and also assessment purposes? And how would we go about asking scientists such as yourself to say, okay, can you go away and look at this problem from an Australian point of view to see what the best fit is for us?
Thank you, Senator. It's a very interesting point, but I think the problem with listing PFAS as a class is how do we actually define PFAS? There are a number of different definitions around. So if we go with the original, I think 2011 definition, it gives you about 7,500 compounds. If you use the OECD definition, that gives you up to 7 million compounds. The US EPA has another definition, so does the Canadian Environmental Protection Agency, and they don't all overlap. If you use the OECD definition, many pharmaceuticals are PFAS. So Prozac counts as a PFAS under that, several lipid regulating drugs, and I believe one anti-HIV drug. So if you're going to list everything, say, well, we'll just regulate all PFAS, there needs to be a clear definition of what we're actually going to define as PFAS for that, because otherwise you start to regulate things that actually people need. And it becomes also overlapping agencies are involved. So you might have the Environmental Protection Agency for environmental contaminants, but if you start to regulate things that are also drugs, then you need to bring in food and drug regulators. So it gets very complicated, and you may end up potentially regulating things that didn't need to be regulated because they weren't a problem or already regulated in the case of drugs. Many pharmaceuticals are fluorinated just to extend their biological half-life, so they last longer in the body and have their therapeutic effects for longer. And many fluoropolymers are widely used in the medical industry already. So it's an interesting idea, but I think it would need to be thought out very carefully so that unintended effects didn't cause more harm than good.
And it might well be that I've misunderstood the class of chemicals that they've put together, but I guess the problem is if the Department of Health comes back and gives me a similar answer, it's very hard for me to interrogate that to say, okay, well, I want you to take a really strong precautionary, proactive approach to this. Where do you draw the line? Can you please look at these particular jurisdictions that have gone further, for example? I guess it's hard for politicians and policymakers who are responding to the community's concerns to be, we need to be really confident that we're not just getting a bureaucratic answer back from regulators, and that that level of science and community concern is reflected in the way we regulate and implement.
It's a tricky point to be in. I might just talk about science advisory mechanisms briefly, if you'll indulge me. We were looking, the Academy has advocated for some time for a model similar to the United Kingdom's Office of the Parliamentary Office of Science and Technology for this exact kind of use case where you are trying to interpret scientific information so that you can advise, the Senate committee or across Parliament rather than government only through the bureaucratic mechanisms that you were talking about. But to get, be an independent convener of science advice, which is the role the Academy is filling in Australia at the moment, but this is a different model that the UK have used. And it does come to light when we look at issues like this that are highly technical. But our experts here, I'm sure, can speak more to the chemical classes as you've described.
Well, I might add one thing there. I think there is logic around regulating as a class if you're basing it on use case. So cosmetics, food packaging, I think that if you're trying to be precautionary, then those are clear places where there is the opportunity. The pharmaceutical one is a great example. The HIV treatment it's in clinical trials at the moment. it works for 6 months on one shot. And it's the persistence that's really enabling it to do what it does. And it would be very disappointing to see something that potentially is a very powerful HIV preventative fall under a banner of complete regulation. So use case is key.
Thank you. I think that's the kind of approach that we had outlined to us this morning, and we'll try and test our officials this afternoon on how it's done. Yeah.
Thank you, Senator Pratt. Professor Jones, following up on what you just talked about, which definition of PFAS do you think would be the most appropriate to use if pursuing a regulatory approach for PFAS as a class?
Well, thank you, Senator. My personal opinion is that the Buck et al. Definition, which was published in 2011, which defines PFAS as basically a molecule with a hydrocarbon chain where all of the hydrogens are replaced with fluorines, or either all or most of the hydrogens replaced with fluorines. And that's what gives you things like the things we tend to think of as PFAS, like PFOS, PFOA, etc. And it also limits the number of chemicals. You get about 7,800 chemicals under that definition, but not all of those are actually commercially created or used regularly. So I think it's something like 10% of those would be, you might find in industry and so forth. I think if you start to go further than that, then you start to end up with potentially thousands of chemicals that may or may not be a risk to the environment. Or depending on what people, the other idea would be to go to look at the ones that we know or reasonably suspect are actually harmful, such as PFOS, PFOA, and potentially even make a separate list of things that we know are a problem or we suspect are a problem, and start with regulating those, and then work on other ones later.
Thank you. And this is for who's applicable to answer. You state in your submission that national enforceable standards should focus on the main emission points of PFAS into the environment, including wastewater treatment plants, landfills and biosolids. Why the emission points and not the source, firstly? And won't the problem continue as long as we don't tackle the source?
Oliver, sorry, would you like to speak to that one, or would you like me to?
I'm happy to have a go if you want.
Sure.
I think the reason for that is, Senator, is the emission source. It goes back to this dose-response relationship. So if you're going to look at where people might be exposed to the highest amount, it's probably going to be at one of these emission points, such as a landfill, where you've taken perhaps PFAS-containing waste from a large area and you've sort of concentrated it into a small area. So you've gone from a diffuse source to a point source, so to speak. I take the point that, yes, if you continue to release PFAS into the environment, then you're still going to it's still going to be there. But if we want to reduce the exposure of people to the highest amount, then it's those point sources or the emission points that would be good to start with.
I suppose just to add to that, it also comes down to where monitoring is taking place and available as where you're measuring as well.
Yeah. Thank you. Also, in your submission, you stress the need for a nationally coordinated monitoring program to determine the extent of PFAS contamination across the country and resulting environmental and human risk, and inform effective management and remediation efforts. What should such a program look like?
Thank you for your question. It's a very good question. I will throw to Nathan and Oliver in a moment, who may have their own ideas. However, it comes back to my original point in my opening statement, which is really about building that evidence base. How the rollout of such a program would be for my bureaucratic colleagues, and what's possible and what would work with existing other programs that are in similar spaces. But the idea would be that we would be building up that evidence base to get a better idea of what's happening and where, to help inform future decision making, and regulation if you were after that type of outcome. Nathan or Oliver?
So I think, I'm assuming the committee is familiar with the PFAS map that I think the Friends of the Earth have put together that collates different information obtained by FOIs and other sources. It would be much better to have a coordinated approach where we know that the testing has been done by standardised procedures following similar methodologies. So we are able to get a really big picture snapshot and coordination of what it looks like. So that's a great resource, and it's useful to see, but really I think that's something government should be providing through both the testing and the consolidation and availability of that information to the public.
Thank you. And I understand that the Friends of the Earth mapping is done by volunteers, so it'd be great if the government took that up. Australia has not yet ratified the listing of PFAS, PFOA and PFHXS under the Stockholm Convention. Do you know why this has not occurred yet? And what would the ratification mean in practice for this country?
So in terms of, well, the first part was why not? I don't know the answer to that. Look, ratifying this would be a step forward. This is going to be a constantly evolving list of materials. And so unless you do have an all-of-class band with use case exemptions, there's always going to be the need to expand this list of persistent pollutants. So ratifying that would be a step forward in the sense that those chemicals would then be listed, but it is a step. There'd be more steps that would be needed going forward.
Yeah, I would add to that. I mean, obviously ratifying it is a political decision, not a scientific one. Personally, I think we should have ratified that earlier. Those three chemicals listed are three of the nastiest PFAS. We don't make any PFAS in Australia. It's all imported, but we don't, from our own research, we don't see an awful lot of PFOA. We do see PFOS and PFHXS and some PFOA, of course. But we don't have we know some of the industries that use PFAS, but we don't know all of them. So it's hard to say exactly what the implications would be, except that, of course, if you have an industrial need for a particular chemical and that chemical is banned, then you either have to find an alternative or change your process. So we have seen in the past when longer chain PFAS have been banned, we get other PFAS coming in to replace them, which can in some cases be less well studied.
Thank you. I just have two more questions, and Senator Pratt, do you have any further questions?
That was really helpful. Just let me have a quick reflection.
All right, I'll go with mine too, and then we'll see how Senator Pratt's going. How can other PFAS chemicals than those currently regulated be most appropriately covered in a regulatory approach?
So that's a really good question. I think that's probably going to be one for the politicians and the policymakers to work out. I think really we need to be on the ball with this and looking at if new PFAS come in, I think there needs to be some ecological and toxicological testing, whether that's in the lab or in a computer simulation, which are increasingly good ways of doing it these days, so that we have some knowledge about what the effects might be, at least, before it enters the market and potentially the environment, rather than letting it in and then trying to solve the problem later, which is what we've sort of done with PFAS.
I've got just one.
Yep. I might ask my last one and then... Yep. And finally from me, how could PFAS contamination and exposure pathways and the related risks be better communicated to the public?
I can start with that one. So there's a lot to be learnt from other risk communications to the public. The Academy of Science assisted Department of Health during the COVID-19 pandemic with the release of new types of vaccines and how we communicate the risk of some of those vaccines and comparing to benefit. The public literacy around science will be really important here. The specific risks I will throw to Oliver and Nathan, but where it comes to generic science literacy and communication campaigns. I think partnering with scientists, with linguists, with educators, with community leaders to help build the knowledge with the people that can pass that knowledge on is really critical. And our scientists are always willing to help where necessary. Oliver or Nathan, anything to add?
One thing I would add is that I think there's a real need for the similar to the exposure, the acute information for communities who are most vulnerable to impacts of PFAS, and then the broader community in terms of understanding PFAS in context. Because it is easy, and there's legitimate fears, which I can see why people get concerned, but they're not necessarily experienced evenly across the community. And so it's making sure that we have both acute information for people who are likely to be most affected, and then the general information to make sure we have an informed population.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Could I just add to that, Senator? That's okay. Yeah. I think it's a really important point that the risk, so toxicology in general is a nuanced subject. You have to understand the extent of the dose, the duration of the dose, the route of exposure. And in many cases, the communication around the risks of PFAS have occurred in predominantly social media, so you don't have to go very far online to find a lot of worrying stories about PFAS. But a lot of the time, these are given by people that have no experience in toxicology, no experience in chemistry, and in many cases, not any real experience of PFAS. But we don't hear an awful lot from government sources and regulatory sources. So that need to communicate science to the public in a way the public can understand and trust that information, so that we have social license to, explain the risks and people understand those risks and accept them, rather than in some cases people sort of believe that whatever the government says must be wrong by default. So I think there's certainly work that could be done in that area, perhaps by scientists, by regulators, by environmental protection authorities, for example, to explain those risks better, perhaps through community consultation events, bringing people together from different areas, industry, the public, Indigenous groups, to all come together and understand this problem, rather than it all being doing it separately, if that makes sense.
Absolutely, and we've already identified a number of discrete communities that are being impacted by PFAS. We have Wreck Bay that, local doctor said is a cancer cluster, and even the community there are not aware to this day the impacts fully of PFAS on their community and their future generations. So thank you very much. I'll hand over to Senator Pratt.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask briefly in the context of the Academy's submission, which, talks about further science in monitoring, biomonitoring, clinical care and concentrations and risk communication. How are those involved in science in this area? What mechanisms are you currently using to ask government and to give direction to government on these kinds of questions? And, how is that going?
I think that's one for Oliver and Nathan, if I can hand that up.
I probably don't have a lot to add, to be honest. I haven't had much conversation in those topics. I think it highlights, though, that Senator Thorpe mentioned the Wreck Bay community and the need to make sure that we have testing available in the community and that we're doing that as part of a biomonitoring thing more broadly. Yeah. So we understand it within and so how do people how do they pay for those tests? Are these pathology tests covered by Medicare? They're not at the moment, as far as I'm aware. So there's a few things in that space. I've sort of drifted a bit off the topic of the question.
That's very relevant, given, there's conflicting advice about whether we should be encouraging people to get tested in these communities.
And that's where I think you've got to separate if someone has a concern and they're worried about their individual situation, but they're not in a position that's known, having a national human biomonitoring program, which is covered in the submission, would be a way to have that broader base of understanding of community exposure. And from there, you then have a benchmark that you can compare the acute exposures that might exist within different communities.
And a Medicare exemption, a Medicare support would be a good contribution, given that most of our Medicare dollars do often tend to get spent in pathology on rich people who have more tests currently, and that, you know, the idea that there's a medical protocol here that says we don't test people for PFAS, it doesn't seem right when they're more likely to be socioeconomically disadvantaged communities.
I was quite surprised to hear from one of the representatives who spoke to the committee last week, who was a firefighter, who wasn't given occupational testing. So it's not to test out of a place of alarmism, but to understand exposure. We need data.
It sounds almost like we don't want to test because we don't want to know the scale of the problem. Yeah. Why do you think we're not testing? Is it because people think that it is are really trying to back in the evidence that has been quite prominent, that there is not a greatly lifted risk because of PFAS exposure?
So I think one of the reasons is that we all come from different exposure backgrounds, as in where have we consumed our water, what catchment, do we use cosmetics regularly, you know, diet. So the exposure route potentially for people in different parts of the community could be very different. That's not a reason not to test, but it means that when we get results, we do expect to find PFAS.
Yeah.
And it's understanding that on a bigger picture that I think will give us context to what we find.
And it's interesting to note the similarity between your recommendation and the Health Academy of Science, where they're really talking about priority research on the impact on early life PFAS exposure, which if we were to get to that would actually, I think, unpack some of those purported scientific attribution issues with attributing effects with PFAS. Thank you, Chair. And any other comments on... I've now just asked a series of questions off the back of that, so feel free to jump in if we've got time, Chair.
Sure. Just very briefly, I just wanted to say that coordination and standardisation of testing really helps here, to be able to have comparable communities to measure against. With the ad hoc testing, the point of comparison is not always there, or you might have a result that would appear alarming, which may not be, all of those types of things. But having standardisation and coordination means that we would have a bigger evidence base to better understand what's happening in our communities.
I might just, I don't know whether it's a question or a comment, but there was an academic that brought some PFAS testing kind of nodules last week to the hearing that were just like the diabetes check, a thumb prick that shows PFAS levels. I'm not sure if you're aware of that testing regime, but the one that we've known about only is the blood testing that costs thousands of dollars, and that's prohibited, particularly Wreck Bay people from accessing the blood testing. So just, you know, if we talk about consistency, then how do we know which blood testing is the best mechanism to use? And have you heard of the thumb prick test for PFAS?
Oliver?
I believe and that's probably something being developed. I imagine that was Dr. Clark that presented that information last week. And I know that Trajan, which is a company based in Melbourne, that's been developing this method for taking blood sampling, which can then go on to be analysed by liquid chromatography and mass spectrometry. So their method is a good way of taking a sample, but you still have to run the analysis on quite an expensive instrument. Now, saying that, most of the cost of running the sample is the analyst's time. Once you've bought the instrument and it's up and running, I mean, and they are very expensive, but they're already there in most cases. It's the time to spend, have someone take that sample, run it, and analyze the data. And I would suggest PFAS is an extremely difficult thing to test for. We're looking at things in the part per trillion range in some cases. And PFAS, they stick to glass, a lot of them. You find some PFAS even in the instruments that we use to measure them. So it's very easy to accidentally, say, double your value that you're measuring because of a very small amount of contamination. I think if you were going to use something for health testing of the population, you'd want a method that had been validated, proven, and was trusted by a wide variety of groups. So while it would be attractive to use a very quick, simple test, you want to make really sure that those results were accurate. And going back to Senator Pratt's question, the other important thing about measuring PFAS and reporting levels is to explain to the people the data you're giving them what it actually means. So in many cases, people have, I've seen some of the submissions where someone has had their blood tested privately and they say, oh, my blood level is 5 times higher than the background concentration of people in Australia. But if you're talking about 4 nanograms per litre and you times that by 5, you're still talking about a very, very small amount. And we don't know whether that's a problem or not. So we want to be very careful about worrying people, because there will be people such as firefighters and the Wreck Bay community, for example, who have been exposed to very high concentrations that potentially may have a health effect, and the everyday person who's probably got a small, I think 85%, according to the latest data, have some PFAS in their blood. But whether that's, you don't want to worry people unnecessarily. So it goes back to communication again about what that data actually means, and having that wider knowledge about where PFAS is in the environment would be helpful to sort of relate where are the sources, where are the highest levels of risk, where can we put whatever resources we have to best use. So if you spent millions testing the blood of people in urban Melbourne, well, you might find some useful data about that, but you wouldn't be helping people in remote communities.
Well, thank you very much. If you have undertaken to provide additional material on notice, please provide it to the Secretariat as soon as possible and no later than 5 p.m. Monday, 30th of June 2025. Really appreciate you taking the time to be part of the Senate inquiry today.
Thank you, I learned
Thank you.
a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now welcome representatives from the Australian Academy of Health and Medical Sciences by video conference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today? Professor Sly? And you're on mute, Professor, just in case you're trying to speak.
Hello.
We can see you, we just can't hear you. You're on mute.
Okay, is
Great.
that better?
Perfect.
Sorry, little bit of a problem with the technology. I'm not used to WebEx. Okay, so my name is Professor Peter Sly. I'm here. I'm representing the Academy of Health and Medical Sciences. I'm a paediatric respiratory physician and an environmental health researcher and specialist. My work focuses on how early life exposures to environmental pollutants can affect children's health throughout their lives. I also serve as an advisor to the World Health Organization in this area, particularly on environmental determinants to non-communicable diseases. I'm also deeply committed to improving the way we translate complex science into public health action. I'm here representing the the Australian Academy of Health and Medical Sciences. The Academy is Australia's only learned academy for the health and medical sciences, acting as the nation's expert independent voice for health and medical sciences expertise. It brings together 526 of Australia's most distinguished health and medical researchers, clinicians and innovators. Our work is grounded in the building the future fit health systems, strengthening trust in health and medical science, and ensuring equity and access to health and medical expertise. And you can tell I didn't write that. Would you like me to give the introduction of what I was going to say?
Yes, please. I'll invite you to make the opening statement.
Sorry.
And then we'll go to questions.
Yep. Okay, so in December 2024, the Academy made a written submission to the inquiry, and I was part of that, as was Professor Anne-Louise Ponsonby, who was supposed to appear today, but she has illness in her family and isn't able to join us, and she sends her apologies. So we argued that PFAS exposure represents a persistent, complex and inequitable public health challenge in Australia. While there is scientific uncertainty, and we need to acknowledge that, it mustn't delay action. We need to follow the precautionary principle to guide our responses. And I think I'd take that one step further and say one of the problems we have in science and in science communication and in environmental health in general is we have the onus of proof on the precautionary principle backwards. Companies, manufacturers are allowed to introduce chemicals into our environment, and it's up to us later on to prove there's something wrong with them. Where it should be the other way around, they should not be able to introduce something into the environment, particularly for children, unless they have proven that it is safe. And I think it's important to remember here that these chemicals, PFAS and associated chemicals, should not be in our bodies at all. They play no role in normal body functioning and can only do harm. And this is unlike some of the other environmental toxicants that we worry about, things like, for example, metals, copper, zinc, even iron. They have a role to play in our body. They're normal levels in our body. These chemicals don't. And so we should be starting from the viewpoint that the level in these bodies should be zero. And when we come to talk about our recommendation number 4, I'll remind you of that. So the recommendation from the Academy of Health and Medical Sciences to first of all establish a national biomonitoring program to track the accumulation of PFAS and other chemical contaminants in Australia. There are ways that this can be done. It doesn't have to be individual person testing, and we can talk about that. This recommendation number 2, to immediately begin monitoring pregnant women's exposure levels as an interim step, because it's the early life pregnant women, and particularly the developing fetus, that is at most risk and where most of the evidence, the adverse effects of PFAS is. Recommendation number 3, to expand research into the health effects of PFAS exposure, especially impact during early life. And one of the things that, if you look at the literature, where a lot of the studies that don't show an effect are cross-sectional studies. The studies where they do tend to show effects are more longitudinal studies, particularly in cohorts. In Australia, we have a long and very proud record of longitudinal birth cohort studies, and we've made a lot of advances in knowledge through these mechanisms. And then recommendation number 4 was to regularly review and update the legal limits for PFAS exposure based on emerging evidence. And as I said, I think the level should be 0 until someone can prove that it's actually safe to have any PFAS. So these recommendations aim to support long-term coordinated action that's transparent, science-led and responsive to the need of affected communities. We welcome the opportunity to expand on these points and also happy to respond to questions on related areas where I can be of assistance to the committee.
Thank you very much. Senator Pratt.
Thank you. So in terms of getting an interim program monitoring pregnant women's level of PFAS and other chemical contaminants, how would we go about doing that? How do we make it as easy for the bureaucrats to recognise that, yes, we should be prioritising that? What do you think our barriers are going to be to getting a recommendation like that up? And
I think the barriers are several. First of all, it's actually easier than you think it is, and most people will. The barrier is that how are we going to do this in pregnant women? All pregnant women have blood tests during their pregnancy.
Yes.
At the very least, they have a glucose tolerance test around about 36 weeks gestation. Almost all women have blood tests earlier in pregnancy, and if it was routine practice to order this and yes, fund the test, I heard what the previous witnesses were saying, then that could easily be done. It could be done tomorrow.
Now, are we doing this just for research purposes, or are we actually doing it to mitigate risk and to intervene in pregnancies where we've seen an elevation? Because, of course, you would want to see surveillance in a community like Wreck Bay compared to other levels of contamination. I feel like it's likely that if government says, OK, well, we will start doing this, that they won't necessarily start with universal surveillance. How would you frame that?
I mean, let me say one of the things that you touched on there, I think you're exactly right, is you need to know what the baseline levels are. You need to know whether someone does actually have an elevated level or not. And so wider community biomonitoring will tell you that. But yes, I think you could easily start in affected communities. But also the second part to that is that if you determine someone's got an elevated level, you need to be able to offer them something. Yeah. And I'm not sure that we actually do have anything to offer. I'm not sure how we would know how to reduce PFAS levels in somebody's body. I'm not sure that the technology is actually there to do that. But if you don't start collecting the data, we will never know. So, yes, it's partly research, but it's research based in the understanding that we need to be able to determine what the effects of different levels actually are. And so there's not just enough to do the blood test, you've then got to follow the children afterwards. And that can be done. That can be done relatively easily through maternal and child health centres if they were set up the right way.
So
perhaps one of the other...
A longitudinal study. Are there other studies of children that this could be attached to? And
yes.
In addition, there are lots of different parts of medical science that say, please test for this, please test for that. And government says, well, look, we can't do everything. How do we... what's your assessment of how important this could be for children relative to other types of testing that might be coming through, and how do we make a case around it?
Okay, well, let me give you an example. 10 years ago, the same arguments were being had about bisphenols and the plasticizers. And we now have irrefutable evidence through our longitudinal birth cohort that's being run out of Geelong, known as the Barwon Infant Study, and Professor Ponsonby is one of the co-leads of that study, and she, I'm sure, would have been able to talk about this more. But they now by monitoring the levels of the plasticizers in the maternal blood during pregnancy, and following the children output, we've now published 4 or 5 high-impact papers showing the impact on autism diagnosis at the age of 9 from these plasticizers. So we actually have the data on a lot of these children. We have the samples. The PFAS could be measured in the samples we already have. There's only 1,000 children, but it would give you a good indication of what you might be able to look for. You know, the points being made
that could inform the next decision as to how to scale up from there.
Absolutely, how to scale up as to which areas you needed to look at. The point's been made that PFAS testing is tricky and not cheap, but there are plenty of analytical laboratories who actually do know how to do these things and could be engaged. One of the points you made about knowing the background levels, and how do we get these data? We've developed relationships with pathology groups in Queensland with Sullivan and Nicolaides, for example, and we can get leftover blood and urine samples which are pooled, de-identified, and we've used these to monitor levels of plasticizers in blood. In the population in Queensland. This is a technique that is it's cheaper because by pooling samples, first of all, you protect individuals' identity, but secondly, you only have to measure one sample rather than 10 or 100, and you can get levels across the population. The groups that are also using these same techniques for monitoring wastewater, and they can tell you about the levels of different drugs, for example, the SSRI antidepressants. You can monitor where the use is around the country based on things in water. Yes, so these same things could be applied here, because while the concentrations of PFAS and things are low, they're measurable. So you could a biomonitoring program could have several levels to it. You know, population level through leftover samples. You may not realise, but whenever someone has a blood test, there's always more blood than's required, and that blood is held by the pathologists, whether they are in the hospitals or in private, for a number of days in case the doctor rings up and said, "Oh, I forgot I needed this as well." And those samples are then normally discarded, but they can be ethically obtained and used for these sorts of biomonitoring programs.
Are they used for other research purposes currently?
Well, we have been using them in conjunction with people in Queensland for looking at plasticizers. We've been using wastewater.
Does that require individual consent from those people who've opted? Great, it's really good to know. I support that kind of approach, but I just wanted to check there aren't barriers.
Because the researchers, all we can get access to is whether the pools came from males or females, the age of the people, and what the test was done for. You can't get any other identifying information. In very small communities, you may have there may be some limits, but in general. But we've used the wastewater approach for looking at disinfection byproducts in Queensland water in the different regions around Queensland in conjunction with the water authorities.
And
so people do this.
I'm really pleased to hear that. How might we apply similar types of approaches in the long term to data inside My Health record when that becomes available for research?
Okay, so if we're looking at sort of future, where we have an idea of, you can have a map, for example, of what the PFAS, general PFAS levels in the population was in different parts of Australia. And you could use it a little bit like a growth chart from childhood, where you get your height and weight measured and they're plotted on a chart, and you can show whether you're average, above average, or below average. This still wouldn't tell you whether there were adverse health effects, but it would at least be able to, someone mentioned earlier, being able to mark you against the population. Are you at more risk than everybody else?
Okay. So if someone has a child of a low birth weight, should they get their PFAS levels checked? Is it too late by then?
Well, I prefer that they had their PFAS levels checked before they had the baby, but at this stage, I'm not sure we can actually treat PFAS.
Yeah, no. And apart from contributing to the science around it, which might be a good reason to do it in any case.
Yeah, okay, so what it would contribute to is it would allow us to be able to change the regulations and show that over time the levels of exposure were coming down. Okay. If the levels of exposure come down, then the health effects will come down.
Yeah.
Unless someone was able to come up with a treatment to be able to remove the PFAS, then it would be difficult. There are precedents for this. People who have high levels of lead in their blood can have chelation treatment, can have their blood filtered and put back. I'm not aware that there's been any research or any science looking at that for compounds like PFAS.
Well, are you aware that some plasma donors donate plasma in order to lower the levels of PFAS in their blood, but that the regulators and organisations collecting that plasma say it's better to have the plasma regardless of whether it's got PFAS in it? What do you make of that?
Yeah, well, yeah. If you need plasma because you're of your medical condition, then you're better to have what's available. It's a little like breastfeeding children. Breast milk is contaminated with chemicals, but it's far better for the baby. The breast milk's far better than the baby than the chemicals that are in it.
Would it not be better to encourage more blood donation, but also to screen, use blood donation as a source of surveillance?
I mean, that's another thing that could be done. I'm sure you're aware that when blood is donated, it's screened for a number of mainly infectious agents. It would be possible to screen for PFAS and use the lowest blood if you had enough available.
I don't know enough about plasma to know whether it gets mixed up with other plasma or if it comes from a single patient, for example, but I'll ask the other. But if you already had high levels of PFAS, you wouldn't want to get PFAS from... yes, you might need a treatment, but you wouldn't want to elevate it.
No, you wouldn't. But then again, it's probably likely that the reason you need the plasma, you need it, and you may not have that choice. If you had the choice, of course, you'd take the plasma with the low levels. I don't think the Red Cross has enough.
No, that's right. But should these kinds of procedures be made available for therapeutic purposes, or is there not enough evidence to demonstrate that yet?
I don't think there's enough evidence to demonstrate it. I mean, these things are generally in the lipid. They're lipid soluble chemicals, so the levels in the blood only they don't totally reflect the body levels.
Okay, but surely if there are people with PFAS donating plasma, that is a reason to have some surveillance so we can know if it has therapeutic benefit or not.
Yeah.
How would we answer that question?
Senator, I'm afraid every person in Australia has PFAS in their body.
Yeah.
Everyone has PFAS levels. It's a matter of how high they are.
Okay. And that might be harder to detect in that kind of environment?
In that sort of context. That's one of the reasons why the research is so difficult. You can't have an exposed population and an unexposed population. They just don't exist anymore. We can have lower exposed and higher exposed populations, but we do not have people who don't have PFAS levels.
Where would we go to find them?
God knows.
Antarctica. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Pratt. I think there's PFAS in Antarctica as well. I think we've heard previous witnesses say that, so no one is safe.
Probably in the penguins.
Professor, how adequate is the current research program on PFAS in Australia, and how significant are the gaps?
Well, I don't think the current research is sufficient. It's not broad enough. And I think one of the biggest areas that it's deficient in is it doesn't provide populations who believe they're at increased risk with any reassurance at all. And I think that's one of the big things. I mean, this area came to light, I guess, when people around areas where firefighting foam was used for training and airports and things discovered there were higher levels, but they weren't the only places. And I think that what we don't have adequate knowledge of where the true hotspots of exposure are. Some are known, but we don't know them all. And we don't have adequate knowledge of what that's translated into body burdens and what that translates into adverse health effects. And I think we need those 3 steps because you can't tell someone who's living in an area that's highly exposed, if their livelihood is tied to that area, you can't say, well, you can just move. It doesn't really work like that. I mean, I think we've seen in Australia with lead in Port Pirie and Mount Isa and Broken Hill the same sorts of issues, and there the evidence is stronger than it is for PFAS. But it doesn't stop the anxiety within exposed communities. And I think we as a research community, we as a country, need to be able to provide more evidence to reassure people or to find out exactly what their risks are. And I think this is where the biomonitoring programs will be helpful. Yeah. Yes, I take the point that one of the earlier speakers said there's no point measuring everybody in Melbourne because it's not going to help those in the remote and exposed communities, but population biomonitoring can help. And I think there are ways that it can be done, and that it can be done more efficiently than measuring everybody.
Well, I know certainly the Wreck Bay people do not want to leave their country.
No.
And it's a cancer cluster. Even the Kardashians want to go out to Wreck Bay. So we found out.
For what reason? To visit or to go?
For a photo shoot.
Oh, right, okay.
It's a very beautiful part of the country. Professor, the government often refers to a lack of data on health impacts of PFAS as an excuse not to act.
Yeah.
Do you really need to replicate anything here, given there is a lot of international evidence, such as we've heard this morning?
Yeah. Let me make a couple of comments on that. There is sufficient evidence to take action on PFAS. We don't need to replicate everything in Australia. There are unique environments and unique exposures, and we need to understand those, but they're not an excuse not to take any action. The other thing that why we need at least some evidence from locally is that there are individual susceptibilities to the health effects of any exposure. Not everybody is susceptible to getting cancer from tobacco smoke. Not everybody will get as sick from air pollution as another person. So individual susceptibility is important, but we know what our population mix is. We know to some extent what the genetic susceptibility related to your ethnic background is, to some extent. We need more evidence and more information. But no, I believe that we have enough information to be trying to reduce exposures. It would be really good if research on how to remove PFAS from your body was undertaken as well, because that's certainly not my area of expertise. But as I mentioned, there is no rational reason, there's no reason for PFAS to be in our bodies. Our body level should be zero.
Thank you. Just have two more questions before we close this session, unless Senator Pratt has a final question. Some witnesses have spoken about researchers struggling to find funding and so are increasingly looking to industry for funding their research, which we know leads to more biased results. Do you have any comments on the level of public funding? I see you smiling there. For PFAS research and the role of industry in this research?
Yeah, look, that's a very good question. I mean, clearly the amount of public funding is not enough. It's not enough in any areas of research. But I would really steer clear of industry funding in this area. It is too open to bias. I mean, we have in Australia have a long and proud record of excluding tobacco industry from any research related to adverse health effects from tobacco. And back 30 years ago or so, when the court cases were going on, it was very clear that the only way we were going to make any headway was to make sure the industry was not involved. And our professional societies, you still have to declare that you have no funding from the tobacco industry before you're allowed to present your research at our professional society conferences, or publish in most journals as well. It's the same here. The United States has learnt from their battles with companies like Monsanto and DuPont. It's exactly the same. We cannot take industry funding for this area of research, even though we don't have enough public funding. More would be great, please.
Well, that's the intel we need as a Senate inquiry to, ensure that that's part of our reporting and possibly recommendations. My final question, Professor, is if you could ask for one outcome of this inquiry, what would it be?
A magic wand that we could actually remove the PFAS from our environment, but I'm not that unrealistic. I think one of the best outcomes from this inquiry could be to a very strong statement that these chemicals do not belong in our body, they do not belong in our environment, and we've got to take all actions we can to support those who are exposed, to understand what these chemicals are doing to them and how we can mitigate the effects.
You done, Senator Pratt?
That was excellent evidence, thank you. Is there anywhere people can sign up to current studies to participate in them?
Most of the university websites will have a list of what studies that are going on in different areas, and we're always looking for people to be involved. But it's the area of public funding that would help a lot is the cohorts, birth cohorts, and things like that, because that's how we learn. It takes time, but that's how we learn. You follow children through until there's an outcome. You look back and see what caused it. It's an area that is underfunded. There is a scheme within the NHMRC that supports this type of research. More is always better.
Thank you. That was excellent.
And certainly not going to unregulated Facebook posts on PFAS and go to the universities. Professor Sly, thank you very much for your time today. If you have undertaken to provide additional material on notice, please provide it to the Secretariat as soon as possible and no later than 5 p.m. Monday, 30th of June 2025. And also that includes if there's anything further you'd like to add that you haven't been able to add today, to also provide that. But thank you for your time and your expertise.
You've given me a very open hearing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
We will now have a short suspension while we get the next witnesses online. Thank you. I now welcome Professor Miri Forbes and representatives from Lifeblood Australia by teleconference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
I can kick off. So my name's Joanne Pink. I'm the Chief Medical Officer for Australian Red Cross Lifeblood. And obviously Lifeblood does collect blood and plasma for Australia, and my role primarily is looking after the medical aspects, so donor safety and product safety.
Thank you. We're still waiting. And we understand that Dr. Pink, Professor Pink is coming online, and Professor Forbes. So we shall expect them to join shortly. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions. So, Professor Pink.
Thanks very much, Senator. People donate blood to help others, and our priority at Lifeblood is safety and sufficiency of the blood supply, as well as having rules in place to make it safe for donors to donate. Donors must feel healthy and well and meet a number of health requirements in order to donate blood. And as you're aware, the May 2025 ABS report on PFAS demonstrated that most people would have some amount of PFAS in their blood, and that PFAS levels are generally higher for older age groups and generally higher in males. Lifeblood does not have a specific published PFAS level where a donor will be deferred from donating, because there's no known level where there's a risk from blood transfusion. Our policy is consistent with the practice of international blood services such as the UK, Canada, Netherlands, Japan, American Blood Services and others. Only a small percentage of blood is removed during blood donation, and then what we do is we split the different blood donations into different components so that the amount of PFAS in any single blood component is minimal. About 560,000 people in Australia regularly donate blood or plasma, and whilst we have good representation from all age groups who are older than 18 years, 18 years is the minimum age limit for a blood donor, our older donors do give more frequently, and they provide a greater contribution to the overall blood supply. And this includes great support from donors from our emergency services. In fact, last week we kicked off our annual Emergency Services Blood Challenge, which runs for 3 months. And most of our first responders, including state fire services, country fire services, police and ambulance, are encouraged to donate. There is some evidence that indicates, as you mentioned, that blood or plasma donations may reduce PFAS concentration levels in the blood at a faster rate than is naturally eliminated from the body. And for this reason, the provision of a service to enable people with high PFAS levels to donate blood or plasma to specifically reduce their PFAS levels in order for them to gain a health benefit has been raised. And this is called a PFAS therapeutic blood collection program. Lifeblood doesn't provide such a program because there's no clinical evidence that reducing PFAS levels in blood is associated with better health outcomes. And to my knowledge, no international blood services also provide a PFAS therapeutic blood collection service for the same reason. But Lifeblood is continuing to monitor scientific evidence and developments to ensure our policy remains in line with current evidence and international practice. And if required, we'll consult with the National Blood Authority and the TGA about changing our policy.
Thank you,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Pink. Professor Forbes, do you have an opening statement?
Hi, I do.
Welcome.
I guess I don't have a formal written statement prepared, but I'm excited to be able to present on behalf of our team at Macquarie, who worked in partnership with Fire and Rescue Victoria to run this study that looked at the efficacy of blood and plasma donations to reduce serum PFAS levels. So we had 285 FRV staff participate. We had a lot of interest and incredible engagement. We had, I think, 92% retention over a pretty hard slog of a study protocol for participants to engage in. And we found that both blood and plasma removal were effective at reducing serum PFAS. Plasma was more effective than blood. And so that's the first time that anyone has found an intervention that can effectively reduce PFAS levels for people who have had occupational exposure, for example, in our study. And so we thought that it was relevant potentially for consideration as part of a management strategy that could be made available. I just caught the tail end of the previous statement about the idea of therapeutic donations for people who wouldn't otherwise be eligible to do blood or plasma donation. And mostly I was here to hopefully answer any questions that I can to clarify the results of the study and speak to them here.
Thank you very much. I'll hand over to Senator Pratt.
Thank you. Thank you for the enormous work you do in supporting Australia's blood products supply. And you're predominantly people do donate blood in order to help others, but we've certainly had evidence that says their motivation for donating plasma and blood is to lower the PFAS levels in their blood. Have you have you sought to look at the motivation of first responders when it comes to these issues? And they're not necessarily separate, but and I know we rely on communities of people. Do you see it as a win-win, despite the fact that they've got high levels of PFAS, because it provides a motivation for people to donate plasma? Or how are you dealing with that question?
So we do a lot of research on what motivates donors to donate. And as you know, in Australia, it is a voluntary system. And is, as you say, it is primarily about wanting to help people, others, rather than donating for a specific health benefit. Clearly, when people donate, you do have that good feeling about helping others. Maybe I can give an example of another program that we do have for therapeutic donors, and that is a program for hemochromatosis donors. Hemochromatosis is a condition where your body absorbs too much iron, and there is a lot of iron in red cells. So essentially the treatment is actually donating blood regularly. So for that program, we have two separate arms, because clearly when donors come in, they have to complete a whole lot of questions, and the purpose of the questions is to ensure that it is safe for the donor to give blood, but also that it's safe for us to transfuse the blood as well. We do screen the blood, as one of the other speakers said, for a range of infectious markers, but no test is perfect. So what we do for the hemochromatosis donors is that we provide two different programs. So there is, if you do otherwise meet all of our donor eligibility criteria, then we are able to use your blood and it can be transfused. But we also provide another pathway, and this is where the donors can come along and have their blood collected, but we discard that blood. It's not used clinically. And that's a very important arm when you're looking at therapeutic blood donation, because you want to make sure that the donor discloses all of their risk factors, which may actually have a risk from a blood safety perspective. And of course, we're only able to collect blood from donors that are well enough to come to our blood collection centres. And so, if someone is unwell with hemochromatosis, then they need to go to their GP or a hospital to have the blood collected. Yeah. So that's sort of like an example of therapeutic blood collection.
So absolutely. But you have a science behind that, and so you expect people to disclose that, but you don't require people, even in occupations where there is a likelihood of elevated PFAS, to disclose that. Is that correct?
That's correct. Our policy is that...
I understand the policy. So, in turn, the medical researcher and paediatrician before us said he understands, because you need these products, that you'd prefer to, have plasma than no plasma, and therefore not to care whether it's got PFAS in it or not. But in his evidence, he also said no one's got zero levels of PFAS in their blood, but that's what biologically we should be. So surely in that context, in the long term, that requirement for disclosure and surveillance in the long term, even if it is simply a disclosure, I presume you track whose blood went where to which patient in the long term. So if it is simply a matter of disclosure, why are you not, as a first step, requiring that, particularly when we've got large cohorts of donors in a particular pool who may have elevated PFAS exposure?
Yeah, that's a good question. So just with regards to tracking the blood, to start off with, Lifeblood has very comprehensive computer systems, and we track it to the hospital. So we do not track it to the individual patient. So that would be the responsibility of the hospital. For monitoring PFAS levels, I think all of the speakers, it's been great to monitor it at a population health level to see and it's really reassuring to see the levels coming down. We have looked at our policy with regards to should you have a cutoff for PFAS levels, and the challenge for that is that as you would have read in the May 2025 ABS report, essentially 85% or more of the population have got PFAS levels.
Yeah, but they also, the scientists have also said that we need more data, and so couldn't a program like yours, through disclosure and understanding of occupational risk, get that blood tested and provide that data to underpin that science?
I think if government wanted to set up a screening of blood donors, as an example, as one of the surveillance programs, that's certainly something that we could discuss with the National Blood Authority and the TGA.
And in that context, you could take a cohort of all donors and a cohort of those in high risk, or even all people in high risk exposure professions.
Certainly, Lifeblood is interested in working with government from a surveillance perspective, and where we've had roles in the past with looking at COVID and all those other things. So, if the question is Lifeblood interested in doing surveillance of blood donors, that is something that we could discuss with the National Blood Authority and the TGA.
And what kind of surveillance do you already assist with? You gave the example of COVID. It would be good to hear other research that you're involved in.
So primarily the research, and we're hoping to work with the Australian CDC as well on this. It is a key role that we think we can play in surveillance, because as you are aware, blood donors are well and healthy, which is quite different to a hospital population, because they go along because they're ill. And so it's particularly relevant for conditions where the person can feel completely well. For example, for infections like JEV, when we had the outbreak, we did a similar study, because it's nice to see which people have been exposed but are completely well, because otherwise you just see the tip of the iceberg. So that is something that we are interested in expanding. So at the moment we've done COVID, JEV, we've done other studies like, for example, looking at measles immunity in donors, because, that's an emerging infectious disease, and it really helps inform immunisation programs and, just all the different strategies. So Lifeblood is very
interested. With PFAS might actually be really interesting because of the immunity implications on putting down, reducing your immunity if you have high levels of PFAS. So there might be some good combinations there.
The $64 question is obviously funding these things. So that's one of the reasons we would need to, get support from government to do that. But from a general surveillance perspective, that is one of the, the strategies that Lifeblood is, very interested in helping government with.
And would there be cost efficiencies in making sure that people asking for this kind of surveillance science are pulling together the cohorts of people, and we're just taking if you're taking blood, that we're able to, test it for more than one thing as part of that study to reduce costs? Is that something you've considered before?
So we have worked with other groups because, as you know, the Australian population is much broader than blood donors. There's pregnant women, there's people who are ill. So we have worked with other partners as part of the COVID study so that we have great representation across Australia. So certainly...
And what about those other partners being part of multiple studies? I think as a politician... I've been on lots of inquiries where you have different health communities say, please test for this, please test for that. And of course, there's a budget's required for all of those things.
That's right.
And it would be great to see stakeholders work together to ask for things in common to put efficiencies inside that surveillance system.
Yeah, I agree with you because, as I said, there are different population cohorts across Australia, and different organisations have different reaches into those population groups. So our real strength is the healthy population that are aged 18 years and older, because we don't collect blood from people who are younger than 18 years.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Pratt. Dr. Pink, in your opinion, what should ideally happen to PFAS-contaminated blood? Should it be dumped? And if so, should it be destroyed, such as through thermal destruction to ensure PFAS doesn't keep circulating in the environment?
So to date, the evidence on the health impacts of PFAS, as you know, is uncertain, and it's great to see this Senate Select Committee looking at PFAS. The levels are reducing in the community, and I think...
sorry, Dr. Pink, we've been hearing all morning about the evidence, the health impacts of PFAS, and we were told not to accept those kinds of responses. So if we can just keep that in mind, that there is evidence, there's actually insurmountable evidence on the health impacts of PFAS. The blood is important, and what happens to the contaminated blood is also important.
And the health department's own national Australian website, our own health department's website, acknowledges there are health impacts. So, I guess as a blood agency, I
think, as I said at the beginning, it's both safety and sufficiency of the blood supply, and because we know that just about everyone will have a level of PFAS in their blood supply, in their blood, it's challenging to say, well, at what level do you say blood is unsafe? Yeah. There are a lot of things that we do to minimise exposure, because the blood donations are split, as I said, into different components, and we use, non-plasma additive solutions. So I think one of my concerns is if we did say, hey, this particular level of PFAS is not safe and we need to throw out the blood, then I think that we would run into significant sufficiency issues, and not having enough blood is a safety issue for patients. So Australia has got one of the safest blood supplies in the world, and we're really proud about that. But that doesn't mean that there is no risk of complications from having a blood transfusion. And so from a clinical perspective, when a doctor is prescribing a blood transfusion for a patient, they go through all of the potential complications, and they make a decision together with the patient whether the benefit of the blood transfusion outweighs the risks. And I think that will always have to continue, because even though, as I said, Australia has one of the safest blood supplies in the world, and, we're very well supported by government, there will never, it does not mean that you can guarantee safety 100%. So I think from PFAS, because PFAS is so widespread, unfortunately, if we were to say this limit is going to be the cutoff, one of the particular challenges for us is that we have a number of different donor cohorts, but we know that our older donors, and the evidence has shown from that ABS report that the older donors in general have a higher level of PFAS in their blood compared with younger donors, and particularly males. Because our older donors contribute more greatly to the blood supply, if we were to have a cut-off, that would bring significant risks of insufficiency of the blood supply. That's the challenge. And I'll give you an example. We do marketing for different cohorts of our donors. And I'll give you an example of our apheresis ACEs. Now, these are donors that donate plasma quite frequently. They account for about 3% of our panel, but they contribute about 14% of the total blood supply. And their average age is in the order of 56. I haven't got the data in front of me, and they're primarily males. So that just gives you a bit of context about if we were to have a set level, how would we manage security of the blood supply? It's a challenge.
So hypothetically, Dr. Pink, if you were to receive blood supply from community at Wreck Bay where there's a known cancer cluster from PFAS, and you gave that to a pregnant woman, we've heard evidence today that fetuses are more susceptible. Is that okay? Would that be okay?
So the evidence to date, as I said before, is because we collect the blood and we separate it into different components, the risk from one single blood component is minimal. And as I said before, you need to balance sufficiency with safety. It's really the nub of blood donation. If we had a policy where we were incredibly restrictive and you were trying to eliminate, a whole lot of different pathogens and other matters, we may be in a position where you have an ultra safe blood supply, but there's not enough to go around. And so, in fact, the scale would be causing more harm because there's not enough blood to go around to meet the needs of patients. And I think that's really where we are with PFAS. It's because it's just so generalised at this point in time in the population, and I didn't hear the whole day, so I don't know if people are saying there's a specific level for PFAS. To my knowledge, there's not a specific level. It makes it really hard to balance having enough blood in the bank.
Well, I think from what we've found out in this inquiry is there is no safe level of PFAS in anyone. But we know water can be filtered for PFAS. Is it possible for blood to be filtered?
So there is filtering of plasma. So the plasma fractionators have a number of steps called pathogen activation or pathogen reduction. And one of those steps is called nanofiltration, which is exactly what you've said. It's just filtering out pathogens because your proteins in your blood actually are very small, and they're much smaller than some of the pathogens like hepatitis B. So that is a step that they do use to filter out pathogens. But the PFAS molecules, I think, are quite small. So you would, essentially filter out everything. So I don't think filtering per se to remove PFAS would be suitable for plasma. And then for red cells, they're actually quite big, red cells and platelets, so that filtering those products wouldn't actually work, unfortunately. Whether I heard the previous speaker about having some sort of absorption technology, which I don't know to my knowledge, it doesn't exist. But, you know, having something like that potentially would be suitable. But I think for all of these things, one of the challenges, again, is just the size of the health budget. And, you know, we're in a position whereby you have to, if you're going to spend money on one particular thing, it means that another priority can't have money spent on it. But as I said before, you know, we're very happy to work with government, with National Blood Authority and TGA, and take a different policy approach if that's what government wishes.
Great. Thank you. I just have one final question for you, Dr. Pink, and then I've got a number of questions for you, Professor Forbes. Doctor, has the federal government approached you to see if your organisation can support efforts to lower PFAS blood levels in highly affected populations?
To my knowledge, no.
Have you been approached by firefighting bodies or the UFU on this matter?
We have been, as I said before, approached by the firefighters to stand up a therapeutic blood donation program. And as I've said before, the current the decision to have such a program does not sit with Lifeblood. It is a decision that we would have to work in collaboration with the National Blood Authority and with the TGA.
Okay. Thank you very much. Professor Forbes, do you think additional evidence is required to justify a therapeutic blood donation program in relation to PFAS?
That's a really good question and probably goes beyond my specific expertise. I think that from our study didn't speak to the therapeutic benefit for the health markers that we looked at. They were secondary endpoints and we didn't observe significant change over the course of our study, but it wasn't designed to look at that question. I think that we would need to design studies that specifically recruit people who have elevated PFAS levels and the health conditions of interest to then look at, well, what's the effect if we can reduce those serum PFAS levels over time? How do we see changes in those health outcomes to speak confidently to them? So I think that I would say more evidence as a scientist is always preferable and it would be very welcome, I think, to have more evidence to be able to speak to that.
Thank you. Have you engaged with the Red Cross and the government around the benefits of blood donations, and what has your experience been in this regard?
No, we had some early contact in the planning of this study that I wasn't a particularly active member in. My role has been in the research methods and statistical analysis and reporting of the results, so I can definitely speak confidently to them. But we tried to stay in our lane in terms of focusing on what it was that the implications of our study found, which is that we can confidently infer that plasma and blood removal both result in the reductions of serum PFAS. And then I can hear in this discussion that the implications of that are a much bigger picture, separate to what we could speak to from the research that we conducted, thinking about the implications of those donations being in the blood and plasma supply and the role that therapeutic donations could play. But we can speak to this as an effective intervention that is available for reducing serum PFAS levels.
Why do you think this has not been pursued as an approach to lower PFAS health impacts?
I guess it's still pretty new in the research world. Oftentimes results to implementation is quite a long pipeline. And so I think that it's really exciting to know that this possibility is here, and to implement it in practice, there's a lot of steps from the knowledge that we can be confident it will be helpful to seeing it rolled out in the world. I think that having potentially stronger action from committees like this can really have an influence on that, seeing the change in the world, having government action and funding that is available to really support the changes that these committees recommend is, I think, the fastest path to seeing those changes. But it's not unusual in my experience of research and clinical trials to see that actually getting those interventions out in the world can take some time.
It seems like a lot of people are not aware of blood donations being a suitable option to reduce PFAS blood levels. What should be done to grow the awareness around this in government, the scientific community and the broader population?
That's an interest. I think I would ask you that question in terms of where do you think the gaps are and what we can do to address them. I think that, you know, from our perspective on the research side of this team, we really wanted to understand whether the evidence was there. And there was enormous media response. I can't remember the number, but there were hundreds of media articles and coverage internationally and in all the major outlets in Australia. A lot of coverage of this finding and result. I think it was really exciting to know that there are interventions that are available for these people who are affected and really distressed by occupational exposure or exposure in the areas that they live in. And so it made a big splash at the time, a couple of years ago now. And I think that, having people who work in implementation science who really have the knowledge and expertise of how to progress this in practice is an essential thing that isn't currently happening to my knowledge with this specific outcome.
And my final question, just going back to Wreck Bay, because I've visited that community, and it's a reason why we're having this Senate inquiry, because the Wreck Bay community asked for help, which they still don't have. No one will provide blood testing. They don't have a doctor that will... there's a doctor that goes there once a fortnight. There's some trust issues around, you know, which doctors that they see to talk about PFAS and their diagnoses. I just wonder, out of interest, whether the Wreck Bay community kind of sparked some interest in your mind to do a study with, given they have a never-ending growing concern and health impacts from PFAS. The cancer is real. We saw a snake dying on the beach affected by PFAS because that's where the water's running through to, and children with cancers, elders with cancers, and a cemetery, predominantly full of people that have died from these rare cancers. So just out of interest, because this community is crying out for help and no one will help them.
Yeah, that's a really distressing circumstance for the community. I think it comes down to funding, right? I think that given targeted funding for that kind of research, it wouldn't just be our team with existing interest in this area. There would be researchers all over Australia who would jump at the chance to help those communities and to really understand, try to strengthen our more causal inferences we can make about health impacts, and the health impacts of reducing PFAS in particular is something that I think we know very little about. We have more of that information on health outcomes that are associated with elevated levels of PFAS, but being able to look at things like, do these interventions meaningfully change the kinds of health markers that are important for the health impacts being observed in those communities? Ultimately, this study was funded by FRV, right? They're so passionate about this area and have such strong motivation to support their staff and find ways to be able to affect change in this space. They had more than $1 million of funding put into this for us to be able to follow these firefighters, conduct all of the blood testing and following them over time, the costs of running the trial. It wouldn't have happened without that. And so without those kinds of funding opportunities available to book in specific communities, the money just isn't there to be able to do it. And so I think that would be something that would be really exciting to see come out of this, is to have targeted funding available for that kind of work and in those communities. And with the funding available there would be a lot of different researchers from different backgrounds and with different ways of being able to contribute to these priorities that would jump at the chance to do that, I think.
Well, thank you both very much. It's been very informative. If you have undertaken to provide additional material on notice. Please provide it to the Secretariat as soon as possible and no later than 5 p.m. Monday, 30 June 2025. Additionally, if you have further information you'd like to provide that you haven't been able to cover in this session, also please provide it. The more information we have, the better off we can have a report that has some teeth and hopefully some recommendations that we can implement. So thank you very much. We will now suspend for lunch and return at 1:30. Thank you.
Great.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. We're good to go? Broadcasting? Thank you. I now welcome Professor Bernard Stewart from Cancer Council Australia by video conference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
My full name is Bernard William Stewart, the capacity in which I appear as an appointee of Cancer Council Australia.
Thank you, Professor Stewart. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. So over to you.
The question of exposure to PFAS chemicals in the wider community and in particular populations has been clearly examined by this committee. I'm aware, but not an expert, in such exposure and the respective concerns of regulation of water supply and other related matters. Again, I am not expert on those matters. The Cancer Council submission is primarily concerned with adverse health attributable to per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, PFAS, and specifically to cancer as being the disease that's of greatest concern to the community and clearly implicated in some medico-scientific findings. Those findings indicate that one PFAS compound, perfluorooctanoic acid, commonly called PFOA, is implicated as causing testicular cancer and renal cancer in humans, although the evidence is not definitive, but there is evidence of cancer in rodents from this substance. Another substance, perfluorooctanosulfonic acid, or PFOS, is not known to cause cancer in humans, not known positively to cause cancer in animals, and is ranked as inadequate as ranked as possibly carcinogenic on the basis of the mechanistic evidence by IARC. Against that background of clear implied carcinogenic risk, it is evident that the risk of cancer in humans is at least partially demonstrated, and it's not definitively demonstrated, by occupational exposure, specifically in the United States. Exposure as a consequence of contaminated water in the wider community, either here or in the United States, has not been demonstrated. Despite that, anxiety has been generated because of reports of people being convinced that they have developed particular cancers because of their exposure to these compounds. That anxiety is to some extent misplaced because certain perceptions about cancer causation are wrong. These include the idea that cancer is sometimes self-evident from a particular carcinogen, the idea that the community can identify, apart from familial cancers, can identify an increased risk of cancer in humans, that any exposure to a known carcinogen causes cancer, that cancer can arise throughout the body in response to a particular carcinogen, that blood levels of a particular carcinogen indicate risk of cancer, and that people have been deliberately withholding the truth. All of those perceptions are in fact wrong. I can happily go into detail about all or any of them, but taken together, they indicate that anxiety caused by media reports has to be offset by the fact that the scientific data do not establish an attributable burden of cancer in Australia due to these chemicals. That's basically the evidence I seek to put before the committee.
Thank you, Professor. I'll hand over to Senator Pratt for questions.
Thank you, Professor. in the context of the Cancer Council's submission and evidence, how do we navigate calls from scientists who would like to see us regulate PFAS chemicals as a whole so that we can better understand any of those causalities, but because I think there are the number of vectors in each chemical compound, yes, can vary as to how many it has, and that the ones with more are implicated in cancers. However, you know, they've mounted a very strong argument that says we should have surveillance, regulation and scientific study, because in many instances we don't actually know. They also said that even if something's not scientifically significant, statistically significant, they can't rule out causal impacts at a biological level, and that our regulation and science needs to account for that.
Thank you. I take note of multiple matters you've mentioned, and first I sympathise with the notion of apparent conflict of experts. I suggest firstly that in respect of attributing expertise, there is one test that anyone can take in this context, and that is, has the so-called expert, including me, been a member of the International Agency for Research on Cancer's committee on any chemical as causing cancer? A cohort of about 20 people in Australia have been so distinguished. And I will be surprised if anyone who has ever been on an IARC expert committee by invitation is of the view contrary to what I've expressed.
Okay. And I think just if I might interrogate that for a moment, I think part of the evidence base for that statement is also about immune suppression, and I think we as a committee need to be careful about not conflating those issues in terms of how we unpack the evidence.
Okay.
Yeah.
The next consideration is the prejudice, the inherent, I use the word prejudice, but I don't mean human prejudice, the prejudice in our community against reassurance or negation on the one hand and recognition of hazard on the other. I'm not for a moment talking about deliberate lying or deliberate wrongdoing. I'm talking about nuance, and I'm talking about the prospect that a media article or a research grant application is not going to succeed if the nuance is the community really probably doesn't have a problem across the board. The nuance that gets funded or gets attention in the media is there seems to be a problem here and we need to look at it more closely. Now, it's extremely difficult to prove a negative, and I'm not trying to prove that there's no PFAS problem at all.
Yeah.
What I am trying to say is that in the professional literature, for a start, articles are extremely difficult to publish if they show no evidence of hazard. And again, I'm talking specifically about cancer. I'm conscious of the ANU investigation of the 3 communities in Australia known to have high groundwater concentrations of PFAS relative to communities in general. And that ANU investigation failed to establish PFAS-related cancers in the 3 communities. There was no consistency across the 3 for a start. And the document does not imply or suggest that the investigators at ANU perceived a causal relationship. The other thing that's important here is the notion of cancer across the board. PFAS is implicated in respect of testicular cancer and renal cell carcinoma, which is a particular type of kidney cancer, common type, but nonetheless kidney cancer. Now, it's complicated because we know there are no chemicals, environmental chemicals, established as causing testicular cancer, so we can't compare it to anything else. There are very few chemicals, if any, known to cause renal cell carcinoma. The chemicals, for example, and those tumour types are important because they differ from the cancer at increased risk in firefighters, for example, which are mesothelioma and bladder cancer primarily. Mesothelioma caused by asbestos, bladder cancer caused by the products of combustion. So when one tries to look at the evidence, it's difficult to resist the temptation to conflate things like firefighters being exposed to PFAS chemicals in foam, which is true, and getting PFAS attributable cancer, which is not true. So it's an awkward scenario.
And that's because there are other chemicals that it can be attributed to because of burning things being a carcinogen.
Well, yes. I mean, there's no question that firefighters are at increased risk of cancer, but being at increased risk of cancer always involves some particular organs. There's no carcinogen known that causes cancer generally. It's always specific organs. And in the case of PFAS, as I said, it's these two organs, testicular cancer and renal cancer, kidney cancer, and they are different from the organs at which firefighters develop cancer, which are primarily mesothelioma and bladder cancer. For firefighters, I should hasten to say, other cancers are implicated, including testicular cancer, but when the IARC evaluated PFAS as a carcinogen, they made no reference to studies of cancer in firefighters because firefighters are exposed to just so many things that might cause their cancer that the foam is not a problem. And in any event, the foam involves PFAS, that is perfluorooctosulfonic acid, rather than PFOA, which is the one PFAS chemical for which there is strongest evidence of carcinogenicity.
Okay, so if you look at the Health Department's website, health.gov.au, when it looks at PFAS chemicals, it sounds like your analysis fits with how they have expressed it, which is that the type of PFAS chemical that is known to cause these types of cancers is not widely it hasn't been used in Australia to any great degree, right?
I take at face value what you've put to me. I have not looked at that submission. Okay, that it's consistent with me. I mean, again, going to your question of experts, I don't query a scientist who wants to further investigate this matter. I don't query their motives. Yeah. What I query is the challenge of being supported to do that and what you need to establish to do that. And the crucial thing I would submit with respect is not whether an individual, specifically including me, says what I'm saying. It's whether a group of individuals, as expressed through the Clinical Oncology Society of Australia, cancer doctors, or through the Public Health Association of Australia, or through learned societies, or through whole departments, whether any such grouping comes to a determination. That's the matter that, in my view, the committee should give highest weight to. That is not necessarily what an individual says, but what is said by a group of individuals who are forced to contend between themselves as to how they should express the concern. Again, I am not for one moment saying this matter is trivial. I am saying that the burden of concern that has been inflicted on the Australian community is out of context with the burden of risk as best it can be determined, and that the burden of risk has been communicated in a manner typical of such things. There's no such thing as, almost no such thing as a media report about something that doesn't cause cancer. If you know of one, I don't. I know of 3 examples where a media report occurred about something that does not cause cancer. But I deal with at least one per month of things that do.
Or media reports of people curing themselves of...
Yes, quite so. But
can I ask in that context how those involved in cancer research and should... because I think part of what's happening is that we've got this dichotomy between public debate that says PFAS causes cancer and experts going, well, the evidence really isn't there, and that there's an obsession about cancer as an issue when actually it's known also to affect birth outcomes, weight at birth, and other can cause developmental delay and suppress the immune system. And we're having a rather uncomplicated debate about it because people think they know how to talk about cancer.
Yes, I'm aware. Of course, I'm aware of some of these other toxicological outcomes, but in rigorous terms, I must disqualify myself from giving evidence about those things. I am not going to attempt an ad hoc evaluation of the evidence. I acknowledge that there could be concern. I should also say that psychological stress in itself does not cause cancer. I mean, I'm talking about my own research now, which established that a majority of cancer patients believe their cancer was caused by psychological stress. Now, that is not true in the sense that there's no definitive sign or no clear scientific evidence that psychological stress causes cancer. But coming back to the causation of the stress in this context, I completely accept, and there's no question, that other diseases, other indications of toxic injury have been described by members of the community who see themselves as highly exposed, or in fact are highly exposed by comparison to the rest of the Australian population. The only other thing I'd like to comment on, because I think it's counterintuitive, is the notion that blood levels of PFAS or anything other carcinogen give an indication of risk of cancer. Blood levels give an indication that exposure has occurred and often provide a great way to determine whether a preventive measure is actually working. But blood levels of any carcinogen do not give an indication of risk of cancer. If they did, for example, we could establish the 16% of lifelong smokers who get lung cancer are identifiable by the tobacco-based carcinogens in their blood, and they're not. The reason we have to the government's credit, take on board a complicated scanning system for lung cancer is that we can't determine which among smokers will get lung cancer by looking at their blood levels. So although it's counterintuitive, in an exposed population, a person with zero or no detectable blood levels of PFAS and a person with the highest recorded blood levels of PFAS have an equal probability of being at risk of cancer.
Okay.
The blood levels do not tell you who's going to get disease.
But is that really just in an Australian context, depending on what type? No, because one of the examples given by researchers this morning, who she highlighted the case of a woman who had thyroid cancer that was only diagnosed because her elevated levels of PFAS, thought that they therefore might test, because she had elevated levels of PFAS, they would then also check for other forms. They would look at her thyroid function and a range of things. Had they not known she had elevated levels of PFAS, they wouldn't necessarily have done the other blood tests to get to that next stage of surveillance.
That sort of thing happens. First of all, let me say I'm sorry the woman in question has developed that particular tumour.
Not in Australia, mind you. Yeah.
But let me say one of the problems with studying cancer in firefighters is that firefighters, because of all the publicity, get greater surveillance for cancer detection than the rest of the community. And there's a catch-22 in that respect. That is, are we seeing more cancer in firefighters because we look for them? That's the first thing. But you'll notice the second thing is everything I say is in respect of groups of people. The notion that an individual reaction in virtually any context, except in direct inheritance, but other than direct inheritance, individuals' cases don't give us any insight. The whole drug testing regime, the whole basis of cancer treatment, and the fact you're nodding your head, you appreciate what I'm saying, it all depends on groups. We didn't know that smoking caused lung cancer until the group numbers were in, and Sir Richard Doll himself in the 1950s was a smoker at the time because he didn't suspect cigarette smoking as a cause of lung cancer. It didn't mean he didn't know a single smoker who ever got lung cancer, but a single person getting cancer, it may be vital to that person's psyche and vital to their treatment, their particular circumstances, and that's one thing. But single individuals outside of a inheritance situation do not give insight into medico-biological truth.
One of the witnesses this morning who was, had done stuff on cancer as well as on immunology, she put it clearly to the committee that just because the data isn't there does not mean the biological effects aren't there in terms of that causality. Is that something you would disagree with?
No. Okay. That is to say, if the supposition, as I understand what you've put to me, is the data are not there to establish a causal relationship between PFAS exposure and cancer development as yet, but such findings could emerge. There has been no finding that excludes the possibility.
Yeah.
And of course, then I don't disagree with that.
No, that's fine. I'm just trying to unpack. So on one hand, you say we only know. We don't want to fearmonger, but we know that these compounds that have a number of cancer-causing vectors in them, we don't have them in Australia. But therefore, what do we do as a country with the problem of whether these should be regulated as a group so that we do have surveillance, even though we don't have those really high-risk PFAS products here? What does that mean for us in a regulatory context as far as trying to learn about how to protect population health?
To change the call, Senator.
Inevitably, it involves, the matter you've put before me involves priorities. Yeah. Monitoring, for example, is a real possibility in respect of these particular chemicals. But monitoring in terms of the preventive, and we're talking about prevention now, in terms of the preventive budget, in terms of cancer prevention specifically, I'd respectfully submit that the main polluting cause of cancer in Australia is atmospheric pollution causing lung cancer, but mainly from vehicular emissions and from industry. And if one had to choose between monitoring atmospheric pollutants on the one hand and monitoring PFAS chemicals in water on the other, I would have no difficulty in saying you monitor as a first priority, definitively establish causes of cancer, and then you, as a second priority, you monitor suspected causes of cancer, possibly with a view to gaining more evidence. But there's nothing wrong with monitoring, and I'm not going to argue against it.
Yeah, particularly if it's
But
implicated in other
that,
conditions. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Professor, as a committee, we visited the community of Wreck Bay during this inquiry, which has a cancer cluster and had the highest cancer rates in the country for several of the last 10 years. Would you acknowledge that this is likely linked to their exposure to PFAS contamination through firefighting practices at the nearby defence base?
I cannot acknowledge it because I have not seen it in the peer-reviewed scientific literature. I would say, as a comment about cancer clusters, is that the observation in a community, we're seeing more cancer than we think is proper or is expected. That observation can be validly made. The ABC staff in Brisbane said there's more of us women getting breast cancer and we're under 50 than there should be, and they were quite right. There were 6 times as many more breast cancer cases in the ABC breast cancer cluster. But when the causes were looked at, there was no evident cause of breast cancer in other ABC studios, and more definitively, there was no evidence when genomic testing was done of the 11 cases that those 11 cases had more in common than all breast cancer cases in Queensland. The bottom line being that cancer clusters have never established a new or novel carcinogen. Cancer clusters being cancer observed by the community as distinct from observed by epidemiologists. And indeed, the whole business of cancer clusters being what is self-evident centres on Erin Brockovich and a film about pollution by chromium-6 in the water supply. And in that memorable case, damages were awarded, but there is no evidence scientifically that ingested chromium-6 causes cancer in any organ, and there is no evidence of increased cancer in Hinckley above the rest of Southern California. It was scientifically invalid but legally successful.
So has the Cancer Council ever considered looking further into the cancer situation at Wreck Bay?
I honestly don't know. The Cancer Council normally does not initiate research on its own in such a situation. The Cancer Council relies on an application being made to do that. It is extremely, as I've said, to do it, you would look at cancer in Wreck Bay ahead of, or in the local region compared to the rest of New South Wales. You could look at mortality and incidence, that is, cases of cancer and death from cancer in both men and women, and you could look at 20 different cancer types from the cancer registry. So, if you did that, you'd probably come out with one scenario that is statistically significant, and the likelihood of a sufficiently high population to actually assess testicular cancer and renal cell carcinoma is probably at the extreme end of scientific resolution. In other words, Wreck Bay population may not be enough to do meaningful cancer statistics, and therefore no one has made a grant application.
Well,
I'm not dismissing the sincerely held beliefs of the Wreck Bay population for one moment, and I'm not dismissing the burden of anxiety they have. I sympathise and can readily recognise that burden of anxiety and concern, and I wish I could enunciate a medico-scientific procedure that would bring a degree of reassurance to them in the sense that they have a burden of care and anxiety at the moment.
Well, they're a discrete Aboriginal community with children, adults and elders with rare cancers. I'm surprised that the Cancer Council hasn't even made contact, given that community don't have the resources that others have to initiate those kinds of further investigations. In fact, they don't even have a regular doctor that can give them any relief as to what is going on and who may or may not have cancer. So do you engage with communities with high cancer rates, or do you wait for them to contact you?
No. Just let me clarify for one moment. I cannot speak for policy of the Cancer Council. I'm not a member of Cancer Council staff. I don't routinely deal with inquiries they have. I just honestly don't know, Senator. So I am only stating in good faith my perceptions. I'm not, and my knowledge of the machinery to initiate research. In respect of an active involvement, happily since 1972, we have had records of all cancer cases in New South Wales and slightly later across all of Australia. We can identify where there are increased incidence of cancer, and classically the obvious will be stated to you. For example, as you go north up the coast, you get higher and higher levels of skin cancer for obvious reasons. It is remarkably rare, and although it may be self-evident to you, it is remarkably rare for emergence of rare cancers to indicate a specific causal agent. There is one industrial carcinogen called vinyl chloride that gives rise to a very rare type of liver cancer that was discovered because that liver cancer is so rare. Normally, if a cancer is exceedingly rare, it will emerge from the epidemiology, from the data held by the Cancer Registry, that this particularly rare cancer has developed multiple times in a particular community. But if it's 5 or 6 different people, each of whom has a different rare cancer, that scenario is not identifiable with a single agent. There is no carcinogen that I know of that is characterised as causing different but rare cancers.
Okay, thank you. You stated how challenging it is to establish causal links between cancers and PFAS, but given we know that PFOA has been listed as a carcinogenic and PFAS established as likely carcinogenic, would it not be better to take a generally precautionary approach to PFAS? Experts we heard from this morning are advocating for this approach rather than waiting for more people to be impacted.
A minor correction, PFAS is not likely, it's possibly carcinogenic, at least in IARC terms. It is extremely difficult to draw the line about the precautionary approach in respect of cancer causation. There is no question, and no one is saying we want to wait for more bodies, we want to wait for more people to get cancer before we're absolutely sure. That's an obscene concept. And I and the Cancer Council completely reject any such conceptualisation. But in respect of intervening where and preventing people's exposure to carcinogens, again, as I answered to another question, to another senator, the matter is one of priority. There are just so many agents at the level, dare I say it, of PFAS in respect of uncertainty, or PFAS in respect of uncertainty, that it's daunting to take a precautionary approach to them all. I am conscious, for example, of the evidence that mobile phones cause brain cancer, which was credible 15 years ago. And a precautionary approach would have involved qualifying our use of mobile phones. That was not taken because the evidence was not good enough, and the evidence in the last 15 years has virtually ruled out mobile phones as a cause of brain cancer in the general population. Likewise, there was once credible evidence, possibly carcinogenic to humans in IARC, for pancreatic cancer being caused by coffee. And on that basis, that was not in the pie in the sky possibly, but there was solid evidence at the level of PFAS, I would suggest, that coffee increased the risk of pancreatic cancer. Now, that was subsequently discounted. So there are other examples where implication has proved to be, if you like, the peak of the iceberg, and we've established the truth, and there was a burden of cancer. So I'm not for a moment discounting inference, but I am suggesting that it is very difficult to know where to draw the line in respect of taking action on the precautionary basis when the evidence is less than definitive. I cannot give you a straight yes or no on that matter.
Thank you. You've recommended longitudinal human biomonitoring, HBM studies. What specific cohorts or regions would you prioritise for these studies, and how soon should they be initiated?
I don't recall. I don't mean to be semantic. I don't recall that in the Cancer Council submission. I don't recall the studies being recommended.
The Cancer
that type of study.
The Cancer Council does.
This is Cancer Council.
Research. Yes.
Okay. I first of all, I apologise. I am not aware of a specific recommendation in respect of PFAS research by the Cancer Council. If such is available, then I apologise to the committee, and the error is mine. I'm sorry, I'm not aware of it. I also must confess I'm not aware of the type of study you described. The fault is mine, but I must say I can't answer that question because of my ignorance, for which I apologise.
Could I ask that be taken on notice, Professor? So,
yes, certainly. Yeah. I imagine I can request from the Secretariat the specific wording, and yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. And we can provide to you where it's stated as well, so that...
I'd be grateful if the Secretariat provided to me. As I said, I must confess in preparing for this discussion, I didn't just focus on PFAS. I tried to look at other cancer clusters. I looked at other scenarios of a suspected carcinogen and so on. So if you like, I don't come here as someone who's focused wholly on the PFAS literature. I come here as someone whose abiding interest is environmental carcinogenesis and its prevention.
Thank you. And it's not uncommon for witnesses to take things on notice if they don't have that information at hand. So,
thank you. Thank you for that reassurance, because I was, to put it bluntly, feeling very bad about it.
I do have a couple of other questions, Professor. Clinical guidelines and PFAS testing. Given your statement that PFAS blood testing currently has no clinical utility, what kind of guidance or tools do you believe health professionals urgently need to manage patient concerns effectively?
Partly by, it's not a matter, I don't know of any clinical test they could do to address that. It is with an individual patient, if an individual patient comes through the door of the clinician, as it was, and says, I've got lung cancer and I smoked when I was in my teens, did that smoking in my teens, which I gave up 40 years ago, cause my lung cancer? Now, in that case, you've got a definitively causal agent and a question of great concern, and the clinician would have to say, I'm afraid I can't tell you. That is, I can't tell you whether lung cancer does occur in non-smokers. I can't tell you whether that exposure came up. So what I'm trying to illustrate is quite often the totally reasonable concerns of an individual patient are not amenable to resolution by available clinical science. The clinician concerned, I imagine, would say, I don't care whether it had a role. I'm adopting the best possible treatment of your cancer that I possibly can, and I have no prejudice whatsoever against you, or there's no stigma or whatever, because you may have smoked once. You don't move from an innocent to a guilty situation simply because you smoked sometime in your life and you developed lung cancer. So assurance provided to patients is a key consideration for clinicians, but quite often, in respect of cancer causation in particular, the very reasonable question a patient asks cannot be resolved by the available science.
Thank you. I have two more questions, Professor, before we close this session. I do have a number of other questions which we'll need to put on notice because we. Well,
let me say, if you give me on notice, I'll do my very best to provide answers to questions which the Secretariat refers to me.
Fantastic, thank you. Well,
and I will consult the Cancer. When I say I will consult the Cancer Council in respect of those, or Cancer Council experts in respect of those questions.
Thank you. So just in relation to cancer screening and surveillance, while you don't recommend increased cancer screening at this stage, under what conditions or evidence threshold would you support changes to screening protocols for high exposure populations?
You mean high exposure to PFAS?
Yes.
Or high exposure generally?
PFAS.
I do not believe that screening would be justified until there was evidence in respect of either renal cell carcinoma or testicular cancer that in the general population, as distinct from exposed workers, in the general population, certainly exposed workers should be monitored. There are no exposed manufacturers in this country, but exposed workers identifies by definition what I would take to be highly exposed. They should be screened, or they can't. There are no screening tests for these cancer types. They have to be monitored. You just have to check them in the same way that firefighters are checked for multiple tumour types. So I would say if there was evidence of a population or subpopulation in Australia that is exposed as heavily as the manufacturing population in the United States.
Thank you. My final question, Professor, is what are the public health implications of Australia's failure to ratify the Stockholm Convention amendments to date, and what risks do we run by further delay?
I'm not an expert on this. The convention addresses not just health but environmental damage. I would say that Australia, as a member of the international community, should take note of what the international community, and particularly a multiplicity of countries, have given assent to, and addressing this goes far beyond cancer prevention and includes possibly other diseases for a given agent, other diseases and environmental damage. It's outside of my expertise, Senator, beyond that affirmation.
That's okay, and we really appreciate you taking the time to come to this inquiry today. Obviously, there's a number of questions we both have for you that we'll put on notice. So thank you again, and if you have undertaken to provide additional material on notice, please provide it to the Secretariat as soon as possible and no later than 5 p.m. Monday, 30th of June 2025. Thank you very much.
End of the financial year. Very good idea.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you. I now welcome Laureate Professor Ravi Naidu from CRC Care by video conference. And I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today? I just need to unmute.
Apologies. Thank you very much for having me with you today. My name is Professor Ravi Naidu, and I'm the Chief Executive and Managing Director of CRC Care, but also a professor with the University of Newcastle.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
CRC Care, particularly myself, have started researching PFAS, and particularly PFAS and PFOA, in 2004, when I was then with the University of South Australia. In 2005, when CRC Care won funding and was established, PFAS and PFOA risks have expanded into much bigger than what it was in 2004. And this research was fully funded by the Australian Department of Defence. We were advised that the firefighting wastewater was being stored, and that there was a need for technology that could help remediate or clean the large volumes of PFAS or PFOS and PFOA in those days containing wastewater. Along with that, we were invited to develop strategies that would help remediate PFAS present in groundwater, the toxicity, particularly environmental toxicity linked to PFOS and PFOA, and if all went well, then to see whether we could scale up our technology. From CRC Care's perspective, we did make a rapid progress, and by 2009, we had a number of PFAS remediation plans set up at a number of sites. The sole objective of the PFAS remediation plant was to remediate fire and wastewater that was being stored. We are really pleased that CRC Care was able to clean up the stored wastewater. We then were invited to help at the airport, which we did, and we went as far as Darwin to remediate PFAS containing wastewater as well. Along with that, the research conducted by CRC Care also helped define the various impacts of PFAS, particularly PFOS and PFOA in those days, and later PFHSX as well. The impact of these on terrestrial microbiome, and indeed the fauna present in groundwater. CRC Care was the body that initiated LEMP, and having initiated that, we met with the Chief Executive of EPA Victoria, and we decided that state and territory EPAs would take leadership of that, and CRC Care was to firstly develop a technical guidance documents on health risks associated with exposure to PFOS and PFOA, and also strategies that we needed to put in place to manage PFAS contaminated sites. Both technical guidance documents were approved by state and territory EPAs, which is what practitioners are still using. Guidelines that we developed include the rainwater guidelines, which included in the NEMP3, but amendments 1, 2, and 3, but also terrestrial ecology, particularly from PFHSX, which we did jointly developed working with the Western Australian Department of Environment, but fully funded by BHP. Along with this, quite a number of PhD students were trained such that we built capacity as well for graduates to work on PFAS contaminated sites. I initiated in 2015 what we call PFAS International Symposium. This was largely to bring together international researchers and also regulatory jurisdictions, representatives to Australia, was to discuss what we had from information perspective, policies, what more we need to do. That symposium is held once every 2 years, and the next one will be in 2026. Indeed, the symposium leads to a white paper or research paper that identifies gaps. The latest from CRC Care is a new book, nearly 700 pages, on PFAS contamination and sources, risk it poses, analytical methods for target and non-target compounds, and remediation as well. So with that brief overview, we'll be happy to discuss with you issues that you might have.
Thank you. I'll hand over to Senator Pratt for questions.
Thank you. Given that the types of PFAS used in Australia aren't yet implicated in an elevated cancer burden, but I don't deny that there might be one there and that it's not something to concerned about. Should we look at this study in terms of its purpose? Clearly, we know firefighters have a concern around elevated levels of PFAS. If there are long-term links, then we want the science to keep up. So it's a good thing to have a look at this right now. If you could just respond to those two issues, and then I'll come to the next question.
Thank you very much. First and foremost, for you to note that I do not come from a medical background, so my response will be based on science that I know.
Yes.
The most important thing to recognize is that there is a source exposure pathway relationship, and duration of exposure plays a very significant role as well. So if you are looking at firefighters, for example, one exposure could be because of the foam that we're using, training, for instance, or dose of fire. The second could also be what they are wearing, for instance. If they have dress clothes that they are wearing, which is aligned with, let's say, insulation, we need to be cognizant of the fact that some of these materials could also contain PFAS constituents, and these could be released. And because of the contact, for example, the exposure pathway from that contact would be far greater than exposure from firefighting foam, for instance. In Australia, we've hardly done any work relating to what people wear, for example, as it released PFAS constituents, and of course, when we have salt, for instance, particularly with sweat, its release could be enhanced as well. So there's a huge gap in knowledge from that perspective. Where insight is concerned, what we know is that PFOA has been designated as carcinogenic, but for where PFOS is concerned, there's still a bit of uncertainty. But other constituents, there's a lot more work that still needs to be done.
Okay. Does the plasma and blood donation affect the density of other carcinogens in the body, not just PFAS?
I won't answer that question as I mentioned. I do not come from medical background.
I beg you, sorry, I didn't quite understand that.
I said I do not have medical background, so it will be difficult for me to respond to that question.
Okay, but in effect, you probably wouldn't know because you weren't looking at that.
Yes, all I can say is that it's a mixture, and the effect of mixtures could be quite different. Target gluten.
Is there any significance to this study from the point of view of therapeutic benefits of plasma and blood donation, or, you know, is it simply more reassuring to blood donors and plasma donors in case there is a relationship, but also as a long-term contribution to the science?
I think more so from the long-term contributions from science perspective, because I do not recall many studies where this has been done.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Pratt. I have a few questions also. In your submission, you state that the National Environmental Science Program maintains a national database of PFAS contamination data, which is publicly available and includes site-specific contamination, exposure pathways and potential health risks. However, even after extensive searching, my team has not able to locate this apparently publicly available national database of PFAS contamination. Could you please let us know where this can be accessed?
My apologies. I should have stated that some of this information is terminology used was wrong, but if you look at all the work that Department of Defence has done, it's publicly available as well. I should have used national database, so my error here.
Oh, so it's not publicly available?
Yes.
But it could be available to the committee?
Yes, so my error there, I should have stated that the work that has been led by Australian Department of Defence, all the data is publicly available, and instead of, I should have used the terminology Australian Department of Defence rather than for us to wrote them.
Are you able to provide further detail on notice to the committee?
I'll look into that and come back to you, yes.
Thank you. You state that PFAS research is underfunded and fragmented around the country. Why do you think this is the case, and how could this be improved?
The reason I said it's underfunded and also fragmented, let's just look at fragmented, for example. We have different groups working on different things, and sometimes they're replicating as well. And we do not have a coordinating body that makes certain that rather than having different groups working on the same thing, bringing them together to make certain that we are able to address a bit more than what we're addressing right now. That's one thing. The second thing also to note is that Australia is not a tiny country. For example, New Zealand, where when you look at the environment and soil types, they're fairly similar. But Australia, going from Southern Australia to Northern Territory, the nature of soils vary quite a lot. The organic carbon content of soils vary quite a lot. And therefore, the dynamics of PFAS in these soils and also groundwater could vary quite a lot. As a consequence, the fraction that could be posing risk can vary as well. And hence, when we have different groups working, it's pretty important to bring them together to see what aspect they're working on and how we could then utilize the outcomes such that that takes into consideration the varying environmental conditions and as a consequence of that, what are the implications of their findings.
Absolutely. You have also stated concerns around industry influence in the scientific narrative for PFAS. Can you tell us some examples of this and what consequences this has had on potential government action?
Firstly, the reason I brought that up is because often, for instance, when you conduct research, and if the research is fully funded by industry, and if there is any implications from the outcome of that, where the perception is that industry has funded that research, and therefore the work that has been done It's more for the benefit of the industry than the public. Now, CRC Care, for example, when we were working, for that matter, on health screening levels for petroleum hydrocarbons, petroleum industries, when they funded and they come up with health screening levels of petroleum hydrocarbons, the regulatory jurisdictions basically said that was done for your benefit. At which point, CRC Care was engaged as an independent, neutral body to make certain that we took into consideration what the regulatory jurisdictions were looking for, and we brought independence in the health screening levels that we derived ultimately became NAPAM as well. So that's where we are coming from. And for every industry, for example, BHP has been a very strong supporter of CRC Care. And the work that we did for BHP on threshold values, we did work with the regulatory jurisdiction, particularly the Deloitte Department of Environment, took on board what is it they were looking for, made certain the science underpinning the work was done well, and then the outcomes were something that the Deloitte Department of Environment respected and worked on there. So where industries are concerned, it's almost always important to make certain that there is a regulatory or policy jurisdictions they are also engaged, such that we're working completely policy perspective, what is it that they are looking for. That way, whatever we do is not wasted.
Thank you. During this inquiry, we've heard frustration from many communities, land users, farmers, water management facilities, that they have to deal with contamination they didn't cause. And while remediation efforts take place, more PFAS chemicals continue to contaminate our lands and waters. So what is the best way to address this problem at its source instead?
There are three things there. One is the source of pollutants, exposure of coffee, for example, and then receptors. Where receptors are concerned, there is an awful need for us to meet with the receptors, particularly in this case, public, to brief them about what really, from exposure perspective, means from human health, and why is it that a certain concentration exceeding the threshold values they will be addressed. And most of the time, what we're looking at is concentrations are below the threshold values, but still there is the perception that it's going to pose risk to the public. Where sources are concerned, yes, we got to see how we can minimize or put a bridge, put a barrier between the source and the receptors. And it's not easy, largely because when you look at catchment, for example, we find trace levels of PFAS in the catchment, and that does, for instance, drain into streams or streams into dams as well. One way of looking at that would be a risk-based approach, for instance, where we are able to lock PFAS in the soils, noting that whatever approach we take should not lead to further contamination of the environment.
So given your expertise in dealing with and preventing contamination of soil and water, what are effective strategies this country should employ that have not yet been pursued in regards to preventing and dealing with PFAS?
So the first thing to take note of, and having worked on environmental contaminants for more than 30 years, and I chair the Food and Agriculture Organization, the United Nations Global Network on Pollution. I just came back from Saturday from our meeting. First thing to recognize is that there are certain contaminants, when they come into contact with soil, for instance, gradually they naturally attenuate. There are certain other contaminants, once these contaminants come into contact with the soil, for instance, or groundwater for that matter, these contaminants do not easily attenuate. PFAS falls into that class of contaminants. And equally, when you look at cadmium, for example, every farm that we have in Australia has a certain dose of cadmium. And if we do not manage cadmium, that cadmium can be taken up by whatever we grow, wheat or barley, for example, vegetable, and ultimately it can reach human. Well, what do? We can't extract cadmium from the soils, we manage. And we manage that by making certain that we convert cadmium into a form that's easily taken by plants to a form which is no longer available for plant uptake. And this is what we define as a risk-based approach, a risk management strategy. So where PFAS is concerned, for the constituents once in soil, it's not easy for these to be attenuated unless we're looking at hundreds of years, but gradually it can migrate into micropores. So here we have to take a risk-based approach to see how we can convert PFAS into a form which doesn't leach, for example, and doesn't pose risk to groundwater. It's not taken up by plants, for instance. And if somebody ingests that soil, it's not released in human gut. That's a risk-based approach that, in my opinion, would be most cost-effective, and it's the approach that we have been taking with cadmium. We should be able to take the same approach for that matter with PFAS as well.
Just two more questions, and we can let you go. But thank you for your evidence and expertise today. You state in your submission that there is no comprehensive approach to PFAS, which includes the variety of pathways we can be exposed to it. So what do you think should be done to address this?
First and foremost, when we look at there are certain groups of people who are deemed to be more exposed than others. And here we need to take into consideration what are the potential exposure pathways. In some cases, there are people who have used water that was contaminated, PFAS, for example, to irrigate their crops. So we need to look at the transfer of PFAS from water into soil into crops, and then how much of the vegetables, the crop that people are growing, do they ingest, for instance. So we need to be able to quantify these and look at what is the most direct exposure of PFAS for these people. And going from Southern Australia, for example, to Northern Territory, the exposure scenarios would be different for different groups of people, including the indigenous communities.
Yeah.
Now, we haven't done anything to as much detail as we need to from that perspective. Indigenous is one, and the other communities, of course, growing vegetables, for example. They might have chicken who's running around, for instance. So we need a bit more from that perspective.
Thank you. Did you have any? I've got one more question.
No, I'm fine now.
Okay. So this will be the final question, Professor. Currently, PFAS exposure mitigation is mainly limited to dealing with firefighting foams and legacy contamination from them, as well as water contamination. Which areas do you think need more attention, as they have so far been widely disregarded but could be major exposure sources for the wider population?
That's a really good question. Almost, for example, we are very basically all exposed to PFAS. Carpet, for example, these are the house medium we have with breathing. But also there are many people who could be using their utensils. So if they have non-stick pots and pans that they've been using for morning, for lunch, and for dinner, for example, the exposure scenario will be much higher than, for instance, other books that we have. And therefore, we have to reach out to people out there to brief them about the various exposure scenarios and what is it that they need to do to minimize exposure.
Well, I've thrown all of my non-stick pans out when I started this inquiry, but it's not cheap to go to the other version, the safer version. So that means people who can't afford to throw out the PFAS contaminated pots and pans are going to continue to use them. And I mean, just, my question then comes to, if you can't afford to change from the PFAS painted pots and pans, then, if you are struggling out there in a cost of living crisis, what do you do? I mean, what is the solution?
Absolutely, but then the health burden, particularly from government perspective, would be pretty high as well, because people are exposed to particularly PFAS, for example, PFAS, and that could lead to adverse health effects, and the burden then is the therapy cost should be quite high as well. So something worth thinking about whether these people should be provided some support as well, because the consequence is not repair complete, it's something that was there which most of us didn't know until it got late.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Naidu, and really appreciate you, Professor, you taking the time today. If you have undertaken to provide additional material on notice, please provide it to the Secretariat as soon as possible and no later than 5 p.m. Monday, 30 June 2025. Additionally, if you have any further information that we haven't been able to cover today, you can put that through to the Secretariat by that due date as well. And thank you for appearing today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me today. There's a lot that still needs to be done. I'll be very pleased to provide any support that you need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take a short break and come back at 3 o'clock. back. I now welcome Mr. Stephen Bulwis from the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. I remind senators that the Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you, Senator, and thank you for the invitation to attend the hearing today. My name is Stephen Bauhaus. I'm Assistant Secretary of the Environmental Health and Climate Change Branch in the Interim Australian Centre for Disease Control within the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing. We're responsible for providing health advice on key environmental health matters, including emerging issues. We work through the Australian Health Protection Committee's Environmental Health Standing Committee, which we call NHealth for short. Through this forum, we work with the states and territories and other Commonwealth organisations, and that includes providing high-level advice on PFAS and human health. We also contribute to the wider government response to PFAS contamination, which you've heard about from other government witnesses as well. In my opening statement, I thought I'd highlight a couple of aspects of our work which might be of particular interest to the committee, but of course you're welcome to go wherever you like, and I'm here to assist with your questions. There is the NHealth February 2024 updated guidance statement on fact sheets on PFAS, and these incorporate evidence including findings from the ANU's PFAS health study, which you've also heard about during the evidence, and consolidate previous NHealth advice. We also commissioned the National Health and Medical Research Council to review PFAS values in Australian drinking water guidelines, which I know has been discussed in previous hearings of the committee. We also provided funding to the Australian Bureau of Statistics to include PFAS biomarker testing as an indicator in their National Health Measures Survey as part of the Intergenerational Health and Medical Health Study. And these results were released on the 27th of May 2025 and may also be of interest to the committee, and I know a few witnesses have made reference to that this morning. As also made reference to in some of the evidence this morning, we continue to apply a precautionary approach, recommending that exposure is minimised where possible, because PFAS persist for a long time in humans and the environment. We welcome the opportunity to appear today and look forward to responding to questions from the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bauhaus, and apologies for my pronunciation. Senator Pratt.
Thank you. Can I ask, there are many communities around Australia who are using water sources contaminated by PFAS above current recommended drinking water levels. What are the public policy ramifications of that in terms of advice and support? For example, securing alternative water supplies.
Thank you, Senator. So the monitoring of water supplies would be done generally through the states and territories, although we do discuss with them through NHealth their monitoring programs. So we are aware of at the Commonwealth level the monitoring programs in place. For the most part, those have shown that the water levels are below the proposed guidelines by NHMRC under the existing guidelines and the new proposed ones. There have been a couple of notable examples where they've been shown to be above, and those have been heavily covered in the media, and those have been managed by the relevant water authorities. And they're probably best to explain how they manage those water supplies so that they don't get to the general public, but generally they would isolate those water supplies until they find the source, until they're sure that the drinking water is safe, and if they didn't think it was safe and below those levels, they would isolate it as a general rule. But those exceptions have been pretty well covered in the media, particularly those in New South Wales.
Okay, so I'm thinking in particular of one in Western Australia where someone's personal impact statement to this committee says they use bore water, it's next to a former firefighting facility. They grow vegetables, and that testing has shown elevated levels of PFAS. Is there what should be happening, or does the Commonwealth restrain itself from saying anything because it doesn't want to imply what should be happening because of its relationship with the states?
Thank you for the question, Senator. It's hard to comment on an individual's circumstance, but we can look at particular ones on notice. We would generally work with the states and territories where there are issues, and we do work through NHealth to make sure that there's a common approach between the Commonwealth and the states and territories. So everyone is aware of what the NHMRC guidelines are and the revised guidelines, and they're all working to make sure that the water supply is safe and below those levels. Where there are particular circumstances where they're above, then they'll work to try and ensure other alternative sources of water. So it might be bottled water or something else in a particular case, but it's hard to comment on a particular circumstance without knowing the facts.
Okay. If you could have a look at the facts around Jandakot Airport in Western Australia. So, for example, in November 2022, residents received a letter from Jandakot Airport informing them they detected PFAS in groundwater, and instructed people to stop using bore water until testing could be undertaken. Now, there is no scheme water in that location, and they rely on bore water for all their household needs unless they've got sufficient rainwater, and that they had been told after testing that about 20 homes had levels higher than drinking water guidelines, with 6 over the irrigation guidelines. And can I ask, in the context of Wreck Bay and its somewhat unique jurisdictional status, has the Commonwealth had any involvement in looking at drinking water and water quality there more broadly?
I understand infrastructure monitors that regularly, and they publish the results up on the internet, so you can search the results, but they sample the drinking water on a regular basis. I think it's monthly from memory, and they publish those up on the internet. The last ones I'd seen were below the NHMRC recommended levels for drinking water. But yes, I'm aware that infrastructure monitors the drinking water levels and publishes those on their website.
And what about historically the level of PFAS contamination at Wreck Bay?
So I'm aware that Defence and Infrastructure are working around the issues about Wreck Bay and the historic contamination from PFAS, and are working to remediate that. And I understand you had some evidence from both those agencies earlier in the hearing process.
In the most part, community concern around this issue seems to have been focused around cancer, and the evidence there is still evolving. What consideration's been given to, within an Australian context, of treating all PFAS chemicals as a single substance to be regulated, then with exemptions from for when it appears in medications, etc. What's the current approach on those issues?
So a general advice is a precautionary one on PFAS as a whole kind of class. As you've heard from the different witnesses over time, defining it as a class is there's different opinions on how you might define it as a class. We do generally just define it in terms of having a fully fluorinated methyl or methylene carbon part of a molecule, which is obviously a broad definition, covers a wide range of chemicals. Those will have kind of general different properties. So to some extent, you do have to look at a bit of a case-by-case basis. The other would be, as you've heard, the majority of those aren't really used in Australia or used to any extent. If you have a look at the ABS data, you'll see that the highest proportions are from PFOA, PFAS, and it's PHFO, SXA, SXS. And those are the ones found in the highest proportions within the Australian population. So the majority of those chemicals wouldn't really be used in Australia or wouldn't be a statistical significant kind of proportion within the population. So, so it's difficult to treat them all or try and ban them as a class when there's different definitions and they have different properties. And so we do tend to focus on the ones found most common within the population.
And which properties in which parts of that spectrum of chemicals are the ones that impact birth weight, thyroid and sex hormones, immunological function, kidney function, cholesterol, hormones, birth weight, etc.?
So those are generally where associations are found. There's pretty limited evidence for PFAS chemicals causing particular diseases, but there are lots of associations, which you've heard from the other witnesses, and you've listed off a range of them. The two biggest ones which would occur for would be PFOA and PFAS, which are also the ones which are widely kind of found within the Australian population because they've been used historically in commercial applications and also firefighting foams and other things.
Okay, so a lot of the community debates around cancer, and yet, I guess in the example of the case of Wreck Bay, I worry that we're in a situation of compounding disadvantage around, kidney function, birth weight. Is any regard by the Commonwealth agencies like Defence and Infrastructure being given to not just to looking at, the compounding disadvantage there?
Certainly there's a lot of our colleagues of the federal government would have a look at Wreck Bay and the compounding kind of disadvantages to those communities and health. And I know Minister Butler had written to the chair of the committee about cancer and Wreck Bay back in March, I think. So there is a focus on it. I know Defence is also focused on the health effects, and they were doing a health impact statement, which they were kind of recently updating as well. So there is a focus around that from...
And is that just on cancer, or has it really come to grips with the other science around suppressed immune systems, birth weight, etc.?
There's a wide number of health impacts in First Nations communities beyond PFAS to take into account. Certainly that's something the government is aware of.
Yeah, I understand that. And but that PFAS compound some of those like you acknowledge the association of PFAS with these other health impacts. It almost seemed like, from the evidence this morning, the role of these chemicals in suppressing immune function is even clearer than some of the cancer correlations. So it would seem to me that is certainly a reason to think about going above and beyond what the NHMRC says is an acceptable level of drinking water, given you're also dealing with historical contamination as well as other compounding disadvantage that might also affect, those biological functions in the body.
I think from what I'd seen of the infrastructure data on the drinking levels, they were quite a bit below the NHMRC levels. Okay. And I know Defence and Infrastructure have a remediation program, but I'll leave it to them to talk about the specifics of those.
What does it mean for surveillance in Australia and the need for more science around it? Have you looked at where to from here? For example, very clearly, the Australian Academy of Health and Medical Science want to see a human biomonitoring program to track bioaccumulation of PFAS and other chemical contaminants, but in particular, the immediate establishment for monitoring pregnant women's levels of PFAS and other chemical contaminants.
There's not currently a biomonitoring program at the Commonwealth level, and that isn't something that's been introduced by successive Australian governments, but we did pay for the ABS to do a study on levels of PFAS in the Australian community generally, and so 7,500 volunteers donated their blood to sample to see what the PFAS levels were like, and so that does give us a baseline population level for population exposure for PFAS, and that's similar to a biomonitoring. And you can see, I mean, it's quite interesting kind of data. You can see over time that the older people get, the more exposure they have, which would suggest that PFAS levels are being reduced, which is kind of consistent with the overseas kind of evidence. They also break it down by different types of PFAS, so you can see the different levels of PFAS in the Australian population, so that's quite...
And did they make any findings about birth weight and other health attributes of those?
I think
birth weight, I'm imagined, would not have doesn't appear in that data, and yet there's clear reason, according to the scientists that have presented to us today, that pregnant women really need to be monitored.
I couldn't speak to the monitoring for pregnant women specifically, but I do know that ABS data establishes a baseline for PFAS. Whether it would be clinically useful to monitor pregnant women for particular chemicals is not is something I'd have to take on notice.
Yeah, if you could take that on notice, please, because the evidence today says that it should be possible to do that. It wouldn't that there's even a capacity to check for PFAS levels, within the existing samples that are taken, and so pregnant women would routinely get blood tests at different points in their pregnancy, and that even if you were to take a subset of those samples to get a general population picture, as well as another picture from areas where we do know there might be elevated PFAS, that would be an urgent study to undertake. And perhaps you could take a look at those particular submissions to this inquiry in that context.
Thank you, Senator. I'm happy to take that on notice.
What's the direction, aside from cancer, but around those other immune and other biological effects? How are you looking at the scientific research internationally and in Australia on those issues?
Sure. Thank you, Senator. There's a lot of work underway looking at PFAS. So the NHMRC put out about $10 million worth of grants for research into PFAS. Most of that will be getting finalised over the next 12 months, I imagine now. There's an update on their website, but I'm not sure much of that has been published to date, although it is nearing finalisation. We do keep across the general literature, so I think you're talking to a couple of witnesses after me who might comment specifically on the IARC report, which is a big international report which looked at PFAS and PFOA and the correlation with cancer. So that's another one we're across. We also engage kind of experts to assist us in reviewing the evidence. So we have a review currently underway looking at PFAS evidence, and that'll feed into a revised nHealth guidance we would anticipate. So the nHealth guidance was updated most recently in February 2024, but there's a recognition by the nHealth committee of a need to update that further. So we are pulling together analysis of the literature on PFAS and the different studies to inform NHealth ahead of their consideration should there be a need to update the guidance, which that committee has recognised there is a need to do. So we are looking at the evidence, we are looking at the international evidence, we're looking at what other countries are doing, and we'll pull that all together for the NHealth committee to consider in terms of does it need to change or update its guidance, which it has recognised there is a need to do.
Yeah. Have you looked at the Medicare rebates for pathology around PFAS contamination so that we can build up a better, a more accurate picture? That could be done through clinical trials, but equally at some level we'd want in the long term for many different things to see population level surveillance. We could, for example, at some point in the future, if everyone's bloods are in My Health Record, see associations between a locality of PFAS or dismiss an association between it because we've got that population level data. Where is that at?
So there's no general Australian biomonitoring program kind of at the moment that you could kind of add that into, and that would be kind of a question for government to consider whether it want to do such a thing. You would obviously need kind of people's consent to test for PFAS, and so that would be something to be worked in.
We were told today you don't actually need consent to test for PFAS because labs can make samples available for research purposes once the blood's been tested for the purpose for which it was submitted.
I think I would want to make it pretty clear to people if I'm testing for anything in their blood, but I'll defer to the legal people on what sort of form of consent would be required, but I'd be surprised if some form of consent wouldn't be required prior to testing. Certainly, I
think most people would be happy to be tested, but I think they might be concerned if they had elevated levels and they weren't told, and that therefore I worry government can have a capacity to hide behind this idea. We'd have to get consent for that, when in actual fact I think that misconstrues a lot of public opinion about those issues.
When working through a biomonitoring program, you'd want to presumably consider the ability to go back to people if you found elevated levels. So with the overseas kind of ones, you would generally sample for a range of different chemicals and substances, and then if you found elevated levels, you would presumably want some sort of process to go back to people to say, hey, look, we sampled you and you were pretty much okay for these other things, but we detected a really high level of chemical whatever, and you would want some ability to go back to them. That would be a question to take into account in the design of a biomonitoring program, but presumably that would be one of the considerations to come up, whether you can go back to people, which I would assume that you would want to do as part of a biomonitoring program, but that would be a question for a government should it decide to set one up in the future.
Okay. I think, and some of that will come to light if you can consider the issues around biomonitoring for pregnant women, and really even at this point finding a subset of pregnant women for whom you would test using, as the scientists put to us, the existing blood samples that they give. I'll rotate the call.
Thanks.
Back to
Senator
you,
Pratt. Mr. Bauhaus, when would you expect the health guidance to be updated on PFAS?
So I expect in coming months. There's some work underway to do that at the moment. That'll the study we kind of have underway would then flow into that, and that should be due to kind of finish around July, August, and so I would expect the committee to meet after that, and how fast it proceeded would depend on the level of agreement over the different texts, but I would imagine around August, September would be my kind of guess for the updated guidance. But that work is underway, and the committee at its last meeting, which was probably 3 or 4 weeks ago, did discuss the guidance and the need to update it. So that's been agreed, and that's something the committee is working on.
And when was the last time it was updated?
February 2024. But obviously there's a lot of evidence coming out, and there's the IARC report, and there's also the revised NHMRC water levels, so there's quite a bit obviously happening in this space.
Thank you. And I'd just like to follow up on Senator Pratt's questions on Wreck Bay. You mentioned that the Department of Defence was undertaking remediation. When we were there, and since, the community have told us that remediation is only happening at the defence base and not in the community, where the contaminated water is still running through the community. It's still in their water, so they're bathing in it. Are you aware of this?
I'm aware from the previous hearings that there had been evidence about bathing within PFAS contaminated water. I might take on notice the specific evidence, and then I can confer with my defence and infrastructure colleagues and come back to you. But I understood that remediation work was underway, but I had heard from the previous committee hearings that there was statements that people were still bathing in PFAS contaminated water.
Thank you. Can you tell me what your department has done to ensure the community receives adequate health advice services and screening? Because we also heard that they have a doctor once a fortnight. There's quite a number of people that are very concerned about PFAS levels. There's no blood testing because it's so expensive. So there's that, people are heightened, if you like, because they're also burying people with rare cancers, and they've got young people with these rare cancers. So what's the department doing to support this community?
So I understand Mr Butler may have written to you back in March about that allocations around cancer and the services provided to Wreck Bay community. And I can understand the levels of concern within the community. It's something, I understand the health services provided through New South Wales, and that infrastructure and defence work with them closely in the services that are provided. But I might take the specifics of your question on notice if that's okay, Senator.
Yes, I'd appreciate that, because the defence base does not work with the community. The defence base does not provide any update or information to the community. So whilst, the Minister or the departments might say that, it looks great on paper, the actual fact is that it's not happening, and they'd really like that to happen. So the community have asked for blood testing for years now, and this was offered to other non-Aboriginal, might I say, communities such as Williamstown. So why is Wreck Bay not getting the same service as others have?
So I understand that the previous blood testing was related to a study we commissioned from the ANU to look at specific kind of bases, and I think they picked 3 bases to look at as sites of historical contamination. I'm not sure why they picked those 3 sites, but that was part of their study. So where they were looking at whether there was any correlation between elevated PFAS levels for those local communities and particular diseases. I understand they didn't find any to a level that they thought that there was a clear cause between those PFAS chemicals and a particular disease for those 3 specific communities. But why they picked those 3 specific communities, I think that predates me, and I'm not sure why those were chosen as part of the study.
I mean, I can say I have my thoughts about why 3 discrete non-Aboriginal communities were chosen to have blood tests and a one and only black community wasn't, but we won't go there today. A GP who worked in Wreck Bay for some years suggested at a start that the whole community receive health screening for cancers, cholesterol and other disorders related to PFAS exposure, and they receive this 10 years earlier than normally recommended. Do you have any idea what it would cost to provide this screening to a community of around 60 households?
I don't know what that would cost off the top of my head, but obviously I can take it on notice. There's obviously questions that come up with the committee with whether you would provide a medical kind of benefit for blood testing. That would be a question for the Medical Services Advisory Committee to advise whether that would be something that you would put on the Medicare kind of schedule. But I can take on specifics to your question, how much would that cost, and come back to you, Senator.
I'm sure it's not much. The community are also crying out for water tanks. No one cares about this community, it seems, and I'd really appreciate if you took that on notice. It seems that government are using varying definitions of PFAS. Can you please clarify the official definition of PFAS in this country?
I don't think there's an official definition as such. As I said, we kind of tend to use a compound with a fully fluorinated methyl or methylene carbon part of a molecule. But that's a very technical chemistry-based definition. So that's probably about as best as we've kind of got in a chemical sense, but I realise that doesn't translate well to kind of general kind of communication, and there's different definitions kind of around for PFAS. But it is essentially that fluorinated methyl or methylene carbon part of a molecule which defines PFAS. But it's a broad class of chemicals, and different people have arguments around the margins about what's in and what's out.
So it must make it hard then across various government agencies to coordinate knowledge and action on PFAS, because we're hearing from different governments and departments that, you know, everyone's got their own definition of PFAS. Is there any way we can have some consistency at the federal level so we're all on the same page at least?
I'm not aware of people having... So a couple of things to note, Senator. Government agencies do work well across kind of issues on PFAS. There is kind of a general coordinated entity which Defence brings together to discuss PFAS issues, and it meets quite regularly. So we do have a conversation about PFAS and what's been done in the different portfolios and how that might work better. I'm not aware of differences between government agencies about the definition of PFAS, but that's something that I could raise with the other government departments and see if there is a differing view, and if there is, obviously come back and come up with a single consistent view. So that's something which I'll undertake to raise with my other government colleagues and make sure we have a single definition.
Thank you. Can I ask, well, what may be the reasons then for this particular definition to be used, which clearly won't allow us to tackle the challenge of PFAS where it occurs?
Sorry, Senator, can you just elaborate a bit more? How do you find that the definition frustrates that approach? Is it because it's broad, or is it...
So if there is no consistency in the definition, how can we address the challenge, I suppose? But if you're not aware of other departments or agencies that have a differing definition, then you won't know the answer to that one, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm not aware of a difference between agencies, but certainly there's a general approach of trying to avoid exposure to PFAS where possible.
During the hearings of this committee, including today and last week, we heard stakeholder and community concerns around the department's health advice for PFAS, and that its lack of clear acknowledgement with a range of health effects, lack of subsequent action to minimise exposure is not in line with international scientific knowledge or best practice. So obviously thereby putting people's health at risk. Other countries are way ahead of us when it comes to scientific findings on PFAS. Why do we not accept these findings?
So there's a few statements to unpick in there. In terms of the acknowledgement of the health effects, I mean, we do acknowledge associations between different PFAS chemicals and other effects, which we've kind of covered already in the hearing, and there is kind of within the NHealth guidance. So certainly we acknowledge those associations, and if there's ones that people think we're missing from that guidance, we're, as I said, updating the guidance, so happy to take that on board. In terms of the international perspective, generally from what I've seen, we're probably in the middle of the range, certainly for that water guidance, other than the US, which is probably the outlier for most other countries. We are generally within the ballpark of where other countries are. And so I would think that we would sit somewhere within the middle range for countries, but it would depend on what aspect you're looking at. I note that the ICAM's scheduling will phase out the main types of PFAS, PFOA, PFOS, and the other one I mentioned from 1st of July, I think, from memory. So it is being phased out within Australia. Those chemicals are being phased out and have been phased down over time, and further work is kind of underway to reduce the level of exposure to the people, exposure by people to those chemicals within Australia.
There's thousands of them. Thousands, there's a whole family of them, and whilst we might be phasing out 1, 2 or 3, there's more popping up. So,
but those 1, 2 and 3 are the ones that come through within the population that we're seeing the levels of exposure. If you have a look at the others, it quite rapidly drops off in terms of population level exposure. So we're not seeing the same levels of exposure or the same evidence on for the other PFAS chemicals. If we did, then obviously we would focus more intensely on those different types of chemicals, but it's mostly those first 3 show up quite high in the ABS stats across the general population, and those are the ones, certainly the PFOS and PFOA are the ones showing up most in terms of the association. So those are the ones we're most concerned about. But should there be other chemicals or PFAS chemicals that show up or cause concern, we'll definitely look at those. And we have heard a few others during the committee's hearing, which we'll obviously look at as well.
With the previous witness, it was said, not to use non-stick fry pans. Why aren't we telling everyone in this country not to use a non-stick fry pan because it's going to harm their health? Like, why?
As I said, those chemicals are being phased out from the 1st of July. So if they are still being put in products, like, they won't be able to anymore. But most companies have phased down, and you'll show that it shows in the ABS data that over time, like, the levels are going down because people are realising that these chemicals cause concern and phasing them out of their products. So, so if there were any fry pans left that still were using those chemicals, they've got a couple of weeks left to stop that before there's a complete ban on them being able to import them. So, so I'd be surprised if those chemicals are still going into fry pans, and if not, there'll be a ban on them shortly, which will stop them coming in.
So why don't we? Why are we not telling people now not to use non-stick fry pans? I mean, I said to the last witness, I threw all of mine out. We're in a cost of living crisis. It's very expensive to buy a fry pan. that doesn't have PFAS in it, and we've got families cooking dinner every night for their children and their sick relatives, serving up PFAS on their plates. Is the Health Department going to put something out to tell people not to use it anymore? I get that the company are phasing it out, but if you go down to your $2 shop in a cost of living crisis and buy a fry pan, then I'm sure that's going to have PFAS in it. So how does the Health Department tell everyone in this country that they should not be using PFAS-coated fry pans,
Go and buy them on sale.
and that we will subsidise or we will help you to buy a fry pan or educate you on which fry pans are the best? Like, is that going to happen? Because this is not okay.
Well, like I said, Senator, I'd be surprised if any companies are still using PFAS in their...
Yeah, but what if the use... I understand exactly what you've said, but
Sorry,
now that
Senator,
the ban's
it's my
in
line of
place, what
questioning.
happens if people go and buy them on sale?
I'm talking about the families
importers
that are using the fry
selling
pans
them off
now. Sorry, Senator.
No.
The families that are using the fry pans right now and the air fryers, what information does the Department of Health provide to everyone out there using PFAS-coated fry pans already now, and their air fryers? Everyone loves their air fryers full of PFAS. Why isn't the Health Department telling people that they are a risk to their health?
I'm not aware what information is currently provided with air fryers or fry pans or other particular commercial products. I'd have to take that on notice. I'd be surprised if there's not some general information kind of provided with those. I know for fry pans, there's general advice that if the fry pan is breaking down and the substances are coming off, you should throw them all away. I know there's general advice to that effect, but I have to take on notice the specific advice provided for specific commercial products like fry pans or air fryers.
What about makeup? Is the Health Department telling every person out there that wears makeup every day, are they telling the teenagers out there that are putting makeup on their face, are they telling them that that is hazardous because it contains PFAS?
Like I said, Senator, there's general evidence about association between PFAS and specific associations, but there is not kind of like a lot of evidence on the causation. But again, coming back to specific commercial products, I'd have to take it on notice what advice is provided with those particular products.
Does the Health Department... I mean, I can name so many products right now. I could probably use the rest of the day to name the products like food packaging and the leakage of PFAS into the food packaging. And everyone, we see in the supermarkets, your apples are wrapped in plastic. PFAS, plastic. Like, does the Health Department have a duty of care to tell people that there are possible impacts of those customers buying plastic-coated food using makeup with PFAS? We know in New Zealand they don't have PFAS in their makeup. They got rid of it for that reason, that it causes health impacts. So is the Australian Health Department going to put a list together that can inform everyone in this country of the possible impacts on their health related to a number of products?
Specifically on the question of food packaging and food, I know FSANZ has looked at that and their view was that the level within the packaging and the food wasn't significant enough to cause a health concern. I suspect it's a similar process with the cosmetics and the air fryers and the fry pans, but I just don't know off the top of my head and hence the take it on notice. But I know FSANZ has looked at the food packaging and food and their view was that the levels were so low that they shouldn't cause some concern. Again, I suspect it's similar with the other commercial products, but I'd have to take it on notice because I'm not au fait with the specifics for particular types of cosmetics or air fryers.
We've also heard evidence that it's accumulation of PFAS in your blood. So a little bit of plastic packaging, a little bit of cosmetic, a little bit of air frying, a little bit of fry pan, food cooking, isn't that accumulating the PFAS in your blood?
Sure, and that ABS study goes to what levels are found in people's blood, and generally that was about generally below 1 nanogram per milliliter from the top of my head, which is not enough to cause any discernible level of risk to people. So that's a very low level of PFAS within a blood supply, and so shouldn't cause concern, and that is bioaccumulated over time. So obviously that's a person's lifetime exposure to PFAS.
Well, people don't even know how much PFAS they are being subjected to because we have a health department that doesn't tell them, and guidelines that aren't clear to the everyday person buying their next air fryer or their next fry pan or their cosmetic. And we've heard evidence that there is no safe level of PFAS. No safe level.
So within environmental health, generally, you can't reduce things to zero risk. Any air I breathe will have things that cause me risk in it. Any being in this room will have exposure to substances which have risks. So it's not possible to reduce things to zero risk. What you would generally do is look at the particular product or thing being consumed and then work out what's an acceptable level or what's a safe level. So, for example, NHMRC would look at water, FSANZ would look at food, ACRES would look at chemicals kind of generally, and so the different agencies would use their specialised expertise to look at what's an acceptable safe level. But in environmental health, you can't get to a zero level. There'll be radon in this room, there'll be things coming off the carpet and off the wood, and so there'll be some level of environmental exposure, whatever you do. It's not possible for people to get to zero risk for environmental health variables. And so we do work to what's an acceptable level of risk.
So providing the information to the general public, isn't that something that we should be doing as a matter of our duty of care to keep people safe, to ensure that the levels do stay low? I mean, I'm only learning about every PFAS contamination through this inquiry. No one, hardly anyone knows about PFAS out there in the general population. It's in activewear. It's in high class name brands of activewear. And I'm sure, if we started naming some of these companies, that they'd go broke. But surely we can be doing something to educate families and customers to what they're getting into, literally.
I mean, we do provide general levels of guidance through NHealth, and we do publish that out there. And I would expect that there'd be product-specific kind of information kind of out there as well, where there are significant kind of risks. But for specific products, I'd have to really take it on notice because it would vary by the product, I imagine, and the level of exposure you would be expected to be exposed to over the course of a lifetime of a product.
There are also companies that have stopped using PFAS in their production, so good on those big companies for doing that. Why is Australia not ratifying the listing of PFAS, PFOA and PFXH under the Stockholm Convention?
So that'd be formally a matter for DQ, but I understand generally before you ratify a treaty, you want to have the legislation in place and preferably up and operational before you ratify a convention. So that ICHEM standard that's coming in will phase those chemicals out and ban their import, export and manufacture. So I think once that's probably in place, that would probably provide the level of comfort to enable the Q to consider ratifying that convention, but it is formally a question for them, but that would be my speculation, having worked with treaties a lot in the past, that they'd want to have their legislation in place and operational before they ratified that convention.
Australian regulatory agencies like NHMRC, AICIS or APVMA, and sorry to those listening for all the acronyms, are reluctant to apply modern systematic review methodologies in the assessment of chemicals and have not fully adopted findings from studies using these methodologies overseas, like the US EPA. Why are we failing to use the gold standard methodologies when it comes to assessing chemicals like PFAS?
Thank you, Senator. I'm not sure they're not. I'm certainly kind of familiar with the NHMRC study, and that's a very thorough study of the water levels and PFAS chemicals. And so I'm not sure what the allegation is about why those aren't specifically best practice or the others, but I do know that's been a really extensive study and has involved a lot of expert consideration and witness. I know that they've looked at the most recent ARC kind of evidence. I know that they've had a range of experts providing them with assistance. So I'd be surprised if it's not meeting international best practice. In fact, I'd be fairly confident it is, but I'm not sure of the specifics of the allegation of why it is that we're not seen to be meeting best practice there, but obviously happy to consider things on notice.
Thank you. Well, we're seeing a long chain of PFAS chemicals out there, and we know that 3M was in the Parliament when this Senate inquiry was announced, and we know that 3M's response is, we're phasing it out, we're not making that chemical anymore, but we know that there are thousands of family members of this chemical that are just as bad as the ones that we say we're phasing out. So the gold standard methodology that the US are using, because they've been through the process, would be great to be used and looked at from our perspective. What responsibility do governments have to protect the public, particularly children, from involuntarily exposure to toxic substances like PFAS? And how adequately do you think this duty of care has been discharged to date?
We are advising people to minimise their exposure to those chemicals. It is hard to limit your exposure to PFAS chemicals given how widely they've been used within the Australian context historically, which just means that they're a background environmental factor. But certainly there's a lot of actions underway within government to phase them out and phase them down. I've already talked about the ICHEMs. I know you've heard evidence from both infrastructure and defence about not using them within firefighting foams as well. So there is a definite phasing down of those chemicals, and it does reflect in the ABS stats as well within the general population that those levels are coming down over time. But it is historically hard to eliminate them entirely from the environment given their widespread use in the past.
I've just got, I could go on all day. I just want to check in, Senator Pratt.
I think there's a lot still.
We've got 7 minutes, so how about we halve that each?
Okay.
We're also happy to take further ones on notice, so should you have further questions, we're happy to take them. And if there's areas you think we should do further work on, happy to take those considerations. And we know you'll make a range of recommendations, which we'll also be really interested in reading as well. So if you don't get to it today, feel free to send it to us as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm interested in getting a clear sense of what standards are being used for assessing the extent of PFAS contamination and how it's measured. You said, as far as you know, it's the same definition across all agencies. And does that include the states? And Is that something that the Commonwealth would know the answer to?
We do work closely with the states. Again, I'm not aware of a difference in definition between the states, but that's something which I could raise at the next NHealth meeting and see whether there is a material definition difference in the definitions.
So I'd be interested in comparing, for example, what constituents have said to us in making submissions about this is the level of contamination found that was reported when they were assessed, so that we can see how different sources of contamination are measured and labelled, and actually see what different communities have said to us where that fits in, to see if anyone is, how quickly someone is, if they've been told to stop using the water or whatever. Like, I can see that what they're being told fits within the current advice. For example, I'd also be concerned about people who are told of contamination, and when agencies knew about it for a long time, and as a result people have continued to consume those sources. So anything around those obligations as well, and of course they're interrelated as well.
So is the concern that there's different guidance being given to different communities that doesn't reflect the PFAS levels in the community, or just there's different advice being given?
I want to see how the advice that they've been given fits how you think, how governments measure it. So that we can then also look at the international measurements and where that fits with this, what we're being asked for in future research. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Pratt. I just have 2 questions and I'll put the rest on notice. And this is around blood donations. Do you recognise blood or plasma donations as viable means to reduce PFAS blood levels and potential long-term negative impacts?
We had seen the studies, and I think one of your witnesses earlier today talked about using blood donations to reduce their levels of PFAS. I'm not a medical expert on that particular study, but that seemed to be an effective way of reducing PFAS. But I know they recommended further clinical kind of assessment of that. Whether that's something which would make it onto the medical benefits scheme would be a question for the Medical Services Advisory Committee to consider based on the clinical evidence. But I'd certainly seen that, and we are aware of those studies to reduce PFAS levels by blood donations.
Great, thank you. And is the department considering it as appropriate blood or plasma given by people with the right Is the department considering it as appropriate blood or plasma given by people with high PFAS serum levels is donated to others?
I think the representative from the Red Cross talked about blood donations and their need for blood donations and how they deal with that, and I don't have anything to add further to their evidence, and I would defer to them on the blood donations.
Okay, Mr. Bauhaus, we've been grilled for an hour, so thank you. It's a long time, and really appreciate your time.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to appear, and thank you for the hearing and the process. And we are really interested in the results and recommendations you come up with, and so we do look forward to reading those. Thank you very much.
There's also a lot in the evidence we've already heard that's worth reviewing. The department,
Thank you. Thank you very much.
That's fantastic. So thank you for your time. If you have undertaken to provide additional material on notice, please provide it to the Secretariat as soon as possible and no later than 5 p.m. Monday, 30 June 2025.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
I now welcome Professor Philip Grandjean and Charlotte Krolock, who will be joining us today via international video conference from Denmark. Professor Grandjean and Ms Kralock, as noted in your invitation, parliamentary privilege applies only to people giving evidence in Australia. Parliamentary privilege is a special right that means that you cannot be prosecuted or disadvantaged because of anything you have provided in evidence that has been accepted by the committee or because you gave this evidence. However, because this privilege only applies within Australia, a person outside of Australia will not be protected by parliamentary privilege. As such, you may wish to refrain from making adverse comments about any specific person or entity, because you'll get in trouble. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
I will go first then.
Yes.
My name is Charlotte Kohliger. I'm here as a professor in cultural studies from the University of Southern Denmark. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Professor Grandjean?
Well, I'm out of French origin, so I'm Grandjean. Philippe Grandjean. I'm a professor I've been a professor for 40 years in Denmark, and I'm also a research professor in the United States. So even though I have reached retirement age, I still keep going, and it's like PFAS is something that requires continued attention. So I'm happy to be here today.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
I have some remarks just to start with. Is it time for that now? Or?
I was just going to invite you to make a short opening statement.
Okay.
And at the conclusion of both of your opening statements, we'll then ask questions. So over to you. Mr. Grandjean.
Oh, okay. I guess that's me. All right. Thank you for the invitation. I was supposed to be in Warsaw in Poland today. Poland is the current chair of the EU because there's a conference on PFAS, and I was supposed to speak, but I sent them a video presentation because I thought it was important to be at least virtually with you because I had already written a report to you, and I thought that I should be available for possible questions. My major conclusion is that we're dealing with long-term consequences of the so-called forever chemicals. And usually we focus on a single issue, namely that the PFASs are almost indestructible and will accumulate in the environment and cause exposures for decades to come. But there's a second issue. The PFASs pass the placenta and penetrate into the fetal circulation. They reach the brain and all of the other organs, and they're also excreted in human milk, which means that the heightened exposures happen at the most vulnerable time of human life. And there's a phenomenon called developmental programming. And developmental programming means that, the fetus is born with its organs, but the organs have to learn how to function. And this is where PFAS interferes with the healthy development. And that we're now starting to understand that that is linked to adverse effects later in life. I'm aware of the Australian PFAS guidelines for PFAS in drinking water. I note that the limit for PFOA, PFOA, is 200 nanograms per liter, or 200 ppt, which is 50 times higher than the EU limit. I also know I've worked with the United States Environmental Protection Agency, and they have proposed new lower limits, and for PFOA, it's about 1,000 times less than the Australian limit. Now, things have happened in the United States lately, as you know, so we're not sure where that ends. But based on the most recent science, this is what the experts in America have decided. I also wanted to mention that in May of this year, the Stockholm Convention decided to add the long-chain PFASs to their Annex A. And I think that you better become familiar with what the Stockholm Convention, which is international, of course, has decided, because that means the potential for a ban by January 1, 2026. That's very soon. And it's based on science. So the more research we're producing, the PFASs appear to be more toxic than previously thought. And exposure limits have been lowered. However, I understand that PFASs are useful. They are financially important. They're fairly cheap to produce, but highly expensive to remove after they have been disseminated. I have participated as a medical expert in several court cases in Australia, so I'm quite familiar with exposures in various Australian communities. And it's clear to me that you have in front of you a serious public health problem, and I'm therefore very eager to help you finding the best, the most ethical and prudent decision for now and for the future. So again, thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor Krolocki. Professor Krolocki, can you hear me? Yep.
Yes, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to contribute to today's hearing on PFAS. As already mentioned, I'm a professor of cultural studies, and in my work I examine PFAS not only as a chemical pollutant that poses significant risks to human health, but also as a force that profoundly disrupts the cultural and social dimensions of everyday life. My work follows two main trajectories. First, I have analyzed how PFAS pollution in the Danish Commonwealth, comprising Denmark, Greenland, and the Faroe Islands, has been represented and debated in scientific, parliamentary, and popular scientific discourse. In 2023, this region received the dubious distinction of being home to the most PFAS-contaminated populations in the world. In Denmark, contamination is often traced to firefighting foam, which has leached into the soil and water near organic farms, for instance. In contrast, in Greenland and the Faroe Islands, PFAS exposure is linked to atmospheric and oceanic currents, as well as to the presence of military Air Force bases. Second, I acknowledge how PFAS contamination affects lived experience. The health consequences are well documented, I think. Elevated cholesterol, increased cancer risk, reproductive harm, and disruptions, as already mentioned, to maternal practices, such as, for example, the recommendation in Denmark that mothers with high PFAS levels avoid breastfeeding. But beyond these biological effects, PFAS pollution also threatens cultural life. It alters how communities live, work, and relate to their environments. It erodes traditions, practices, and relationships that are essential to cultural identity and to both individual and collective well-being. So in closing, my main argument is that PFAS contamination is not only a matter of toxic exposure and public health, it is in fact a cultural crisis. It reshapes how people inhabit their environments, how they care for one another, how they relate to their land and country, and how they sustain traditions and systems of living across generations. Addressing PFAS pollution, therefore, requires more than technical solutions. It demands dialogue with affected communities and a broader recognition of the social and cultural harm that it inflicts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Pratt will ask some questions.
Thank you very much. I wanted to ask, starting with question on Indigenous communities, but it also interrelates with your evidence, Professor Grandjean, about the evidence around the effects on infants and babies and crossing the placenta. And, for example, in Australia, there is an association between one of our Closing the Gap targets to lift the health of Indigenous Australians is to improve birth weights because they're below the Australian average for First Nations children. What kind of focus should that put on us in terms of managing PFAS and monitoring people's exposure to it? How might we, is it the same for everyone, or do we need a special focus on the vulnerabilities of First Nations communities in that context?
Well, if I can start answering, number one, you are quite correct. We are very concerned about the next generation and future generations. There was actually a paper just published where researchers had found adverse effects, PFAS associated, in the second generation, that is grandchildren, probably mediated by a DNA methylation, epigenetics, as it's called, that happened in the mother, the grandmother. And so the focus on the future, the focus on the children is absolutely correct. There was a report that was published, now I can't remember if it was 2022 or 2023, by the National Academy of Sciences in America. And the National Academy essentially concluded that PFAS exposure is enforced upon residents and citizens. Yeah. And therefore, they have a right, because they were never asked by government, do you agree to receive this exposure to PFAS? They were not given any advice how to avoid it. They were not told that they could have a blood test done. They were not given medical support. And so the National Academy recommended to examine people who were exposed to elevated amounts of PFAS and offer them advice how to lower that, and then also carry out ongoing, let's say, cholesterol measurements, etc. And the National Academy in the U.S. is independent of government, and it's composed of frontline scientists. And I was a reviewer of that report, so I know it quite well. And I think that in Australia, knowing that there are these different sites, especially near airports, military bases, etc., that are heavily contaminated, including also the Aborigine community in Toowoomba, near Oakley. So I think, essentially there are two issues here. One issue is, let's get out of this dependence on PFAS for all of these purposes, because it leaks, it disseminates. Let's stop that. And number two is, with all of these tons of PFAS in the environment, how do we deal with that? Because it's overly expensive to remove it. How can we deal with that? And so there are these two problems that need political attention, in my mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Might I add just a little bit to that? I had a little bit of a sound issue, but what I heard from your question, the very end of it, was a question in terms of First Nation people. and Indigenous communities accordingly. And I do think we have to be especially attentive to the damage that PFAS and pollution in general has done to Indigenous communities and First Nation people. And I'm saying that in part because of the relationship that Indigenous communities have to the land and country upon which they live. So a contamination of land and country has severe effects on the communities that live upon this land and country where their ancestors have also lived and where they have a cultural history of performing traditions and being connected to land. So I think we do have not only we have to be attentive to these issues, we also have a moral obligation to view, regardless of today's political sphere, the ways in which many of these pollutions are also implicated in past colonial practices and thus accordingly have a potential to do harm to First Nation people in a way that we need to be very attentive to.
Thank you. Can I ask, Australia's about to, as of 1st of July, ban the import of non-stick pans and other cooking utensils that have PFAS in them. I think the Chair and I were kind of wondering if that's a worthwhile ban, then clearly what is the messaging about to people who continue to use those pots, and what does it mean, you know, how should we respond if we find retailers putting these pots and pans on sale before it comes in? It seemed to me that, you know, we're just going to pat ourselves on the back for the ban and let it take place without actually using it as a communication opportunity to look at the science and to talk to people about how they make their own inquiries about these issues.
If I may start, pans and kitchen utensils that are covered with Teflon are a minor source of exposure to the individual at the time that you already have them in your kitchen. Right. It's a production of these utensils, because to generate Teflon, you generally, at least in the past, you have used PFOA, and that's the one I mentioned before, PFOA, and there has been documented enormous releases and disseminations of PFOA because of the production of Teflon. Right. Teflon, and nowadays they use Gen X instead of PFOA, and Gen X toxicology is still at a very early stage where it seems to have a shorter half-life and to break down, but we're not quite sure. And Teflon as such means that the PFASs are polymerized, and I'm looking for, I have here on my desk somewhere a molecule. I will look for my PFOA molecule. They polymerize, and so it's bound on the pan, and therefore very little is released, at least after you've used it for a while. Yeah. Please wash it as soon as you get home with your new product, though.
Can I quickly ask in that context, because it's my understanding that the ban that starts July 1 includes PFOS, PFOA, and PFH times X. Which was the worst one of those? Was it and is it likely still to be, why are we banning it now if it's not prevalent? What is the extent, or have we been historically behind in still utilising products with this higher level of toxicity in them? Oh, we've lost sound.
Australia.
Start again.
Okay. I don't know about Teflon production in Australia, so I figured that most of what you have originates from previous uses of PFOA And it seeps through the soil and will reach the groundwater, and it will also move to contaminate other drinking water wells, private wells, etc. So this is a continuing problem, and I think that the kitchen utensils is simply a minor issue. We should stop making them. We should phase them out. But let's not make this a major focus. It's the environmental occurrence of these compounds.
That's good, because it does help contextualise for me the perhaps somewhat bureaucratic answer that the bureaucrats gave to us. And yes, we're going to ban them, which means that they'll no longer be we're no longer contributing to their production, but we're not, catastrophising or drawing overdue attention to what is a minor part of the problem. So that's helpful, thank you. One of the recommendations, which sounds in line with what your evidence is from the Australian Academy of Health and Medical Science, which is to establish human biomonitoring to track PFAS, to monitor to start more immediately, monitoring pregnant women's level of PFAS and other chemical contaminants, and expand studies examining the links between PFAS exposure, health outcomes, with priority being given to research on the impact of early life exposure. Are they the right recommendations? How can we improve them, and how would we go about implementing them?
We'll have to hand over, Senator.
Yeah.
It can easily be improved, of course. The problem is that one analysis of PFAS in serum would easily cost 150 or 200 Australian dollars. Perhaps more if it's a private laboratory.
Yeah.
This is an expensive analysis. So you have to figure out how much you want to monitor people rather than monitoring the environment where the PFAS comes from. The medical aspect of this is that human milk is essentially an advanced result of evolution. It's the ideal nutrition for the baby. And what are we doing? We're contaminating it with some of the most toxic compounds that humanity has ever generated. And I feel very, very bad about trying to make a choice. Should I tell a new mother not to breastfeed her baby, or should I say, well, listen to WHO, they recommend 6 months of breastfeeding, and your child will just get something like 10 times higher PFAS concentrations in the blood than you have, that the mother has, 10 times. That's what we see as a result of long breastfeeding periods. And as I said before, this is the most vulnerable age in human life, and we are confronted with a serious ethical problem because we have simply been sleeping. We have not done anything for decades in regard to PFAS control.
So in terms of, sorry, one more last question. If you're telling us we should focus on the environment and getting rid of it because the science is already established, where do we direct people to for what we should be doing? And in that circumstance, surely there is a point in monitoring if you've already got elevated levels of PFAS and you're relative to other people and you're already pregnant. It could inform your choice to breastfeed or not, for example.
Shall I?
Yeah. I mean, I think you have the medical expertise. However, I do want to add that I think it's a double approach. I think, of course, we have to have focus on the environment. Yet there are communities that are being strongly affected by this. In Denmark, we had a small community of 187 people, of which 118 had elevated levels.
Wow.
And in those kinds of circumstances, it very much makes sense to give the acknowledgement of this kind of contamination that kind of priority in which individuals are being informed and being tested for their PFAS levels. I think in order for them to make choices as far as their, for instance, parenting is concerned. And this was they were given that opportunity by the Danish state due to testing. So I think there is something to be said for a double approach. And in this regard, it speaks to how expensive it is to clean up after pollution. And it also speaks to making these sorts of efforts of trying to eliminate these sorts of substances.
Thank you.
There are two potential ways to deal with an elevated serum PFAS concentration. One possibility, it has been discovered, is that the subject starts taking cholesterol-lowering medicine. But hey, you're not going to sign prescriptions to healthy people, young people, to eat cholesterol-lowering medicine just to get PFAS out of their bodies, because there may be adverse effects of that. And to treat something highly toxic with some medicine that's not needed is strange. The other potential avenue is to go for blood donation, because it has been found, and we're studying this right now, if you donate blood, one pint every month or whatever, then you actually lower your PFAS concentration in your body. However, that means that the PFAS-containing blood donation is transferred into patients who really need human blood. They don't need the PFAS. So we have some issues here to think about.
Yes, thank you, professors. We're running out of time. I just want to say to that we did have the Red Cross today as a witness, who said that it's they're low levels of PFAS in the blood, so it's not really that much to worry about, and that's some work we have to do in this country. And be great if our questions don't cover everything that needs to be said. Please provide any more evidence that you have that we can use to challenge some of the other witnesses and other evidence that we're seeing as part of our report and our findings and recommendations. I've just got a few questions because of the time. I understand that the EU is working to restrict all PFAS as a class. Can you explain the rationale behind treating PFAS as a class and the scientific justification for that approach?
If you look at the way science has developed, then we started looking at PFAS and PFOA because they were the PFAS most commonly encountered in the environment and in blood samples. And so with time, we started looking at PFNA, the one that has 9 carbons, and PFHXS, the one that has 6. And now we're starting looking at additional ones. And so little by little, we're learning more about additional compounds. And if you go for a response to the current level of science, you would, of course, go for a regulation of PFAS and PFOA. But you should not forget that there are compounds that look like them and that have yet attracted less science, and we know less about them. In Europe, we refer to something called the precautionary principle, and that takes into regard exactly this situation, that we should also be aware that there are additional risks. And I know the PFAS industry has switched to other related compounds that have the same physical and chemical properties, and therefore are very advantageous to the industry. But they forget that then they may be as toxic as those that they're supposed to substitute. And we should not forget that. We need to act in regard to compounds that are similar to PFOA and PFAS, that is the group of PFASs, and that's what the Stockholm Convention people did. They said it's a long chain, that is C8 and longer chains. That's what they included in their statement from last month.
So the EU is moving to ban PFAS under an essential use framework. Could you explain how that works and how the essentiality of a PFAS chemical is determined in those systems and whether it's viable for this country?
I'm not sure that I don't have the expertise to respond to that question, so I'll pass it on.
I thought I could pass it on. No, I think in regard to essentiality, the people I have met think that all uses of PFAS are essential. But still, when Denmark and other countries banned the use of PFAS for food wrapping materials, that was handled very easily, no problem. Of course, we don't need PFAS in, let's say, flour bags or whatever it is. And so in the assessment of essentiality, my recommendation would be a compound cannot be considered essential if its production and use result in environmental dissemination. It can't be essential. So we need to look at those that can be kept in closed circuits inside the walls of the company. And there may be some uses like in microelectronics. I'm not an expert either. But I think we need to take this very seriously because of the reasons I said in the very beginning about these forever chemicals. Thank you.
So in your opinion, and speaking to both professors here, should all toxicological data submitted for chemical approvals, including PFAS, be publicly available, for instance, like a publicly accessible registry?
I certainly don't see why it wouldn't be. I think what's important here is also to grant the consumers agency in making choices that are informed, and that is given only when this kind of data is being made available to consumers. So I think there is a lot of transparency that's important here to grant from the industry to the ultimate consumer that's also experiencing the negative effects of this.
When looking at the history, the problem has been that much of the information was kept secret. And this was not because of problems with the academic researchers. This was the private sector. And for example, in 1979, it was shown in a monkey experiment that PFAS could act on the immune system. 1979.
Wow.
My paper on immunotoxicity in children was published in 2012. I mean, it's a whole generation where the industry kept this secret. We need to get this information out. And also think of Brussels, which is where the European Parliament and the Commission are housed. Brussels is also the home of more than 70 employees of the PFAS industry. I don't know what these people are doing in Brussels. I don't know what they're telling the commissioners or the members of Parliament. This is, of course, not public information, but there is a missing balance here, because Charlotte and I will write papers and we will publish in scientific journals or whatever is appropriate, and that's publicly available, but not what the private sector is doing.
So what lessons do you think other countries like this one should learn from the PFAS contamination and litigation experience in the US and the EU? We know, particularly in Wreck Bay, the Aboriginal community there, that won a small case because of the cultural loss because of PFAS, but it is also a cancer cluster. And because this country doesn't identify PFAS as with health effects that cause cancer, what can we do?
I mean, I think there are a number of things that can be done. First of all is, of course, to recognize the severe health effects that PFAS has on the not just the body that is here now, but also the bodies that are to come, such as the offspring, reproductive effects, etc. And it extends beyond, I think, the health effects of PFAS to recognize the cultural impacts, mentioning the Wreck Bay case, of course, but other cases like it. So when we're talking about policy recommendations, I think one of the things we have to learn is that a PFAS pollution goes beyond health, it goes beyond generational health effects. It also extends to cultural impacts, and we need to ask ourselves questions related to what cultural impacts that PFAS pollution imposes as well. And that can certainly be learned from cases in the EU and in the US, and there are plenty of cases in Australia as well. In a sense, taking PFAS pollution out of the concern of merely being health-related or the loss of property value, as is sometimes also mentioned, to the cultural health effects.
Some countries have discovered that removal of PFAS, let's say from drinking water, can cost billions and billions of dollars, American or Australian dollars. This is very expensive, and sometimes the companies that cause the pollution have since then gone bankrupt, and that means that the public has to bear the cost. So some sort of solution to that issue is of course needed. I know that from Professor Bischoff, who's a law professor in the Netherlands, that country actually has a legislation that will allow the court to take the company leaders, the directors, the managers, to court and put them in a trial for their criminal behavior, according to Dutch law. And I wonder if this is something for you to consider, whether that will be an appropriate and useful approach in Australia. Thank you.
Thank you. So in your view, in both of your views, what are the most urgent reforms needed internationally to ensure that chemical regulation prioritises human health and environmental safety over commercial interests? Just a small question.
Well, basically, I'm a physician, and I try to understand what chemicals are doing to human health, and I try to produce the most reliable and solid information, and I usually stay away from making statements on the political aspects or consequences of whatever we discover, because I think that the most important thing is that we have freedom to conduct this science of the highest possible quality. And America has the USA has taken away a major grant from me to study PFAS. We had a center grant. And so, and I think we need to protect the researchers and make, like we talked about before, make this information available to people so that in a country like Australia, you can jointly decide what's the most appropriate way to move forward, because we have to do something. And certainly looking at the recommendations from the Stockholm Convention, there was a problem with the World Health Organization because they accidentally hired some industry consultants to help them develop criteria for water contamination, and that report is almost useless. But otherwise, the World Health Organization is worth listening to, the National Academy of Sciences in America, so that there are sources that have produced overviews with general recommendations that might be of use to you.
Okay, I'll add a few things. I think we need to make chemical contamination very expensive to produce. I think we need to stop producing them. And one of the ways that we could do it also is to inform consumers, to make consumers aware of which products are being heavily contaminated with these forms of PFAS, for instance. And perhaps we need to rethink the ways in which we live lives that are easy, convenient, non-stick pans, etc., and reconsider ways of living that perhaps have less of those kinds of conveniences, but more health. And at very minimum, give consumers the option to choose based on informed decisions. But I also think we need to have companies be accountable for producing PFAS that have for years been known to be toxic to the environment, to the people, to the animals at large that are in that environment. That needs to be held accountable.
Well, thank you. That ends this session. Appreciate you both coming today and being witnesses to this very important inquiry for what we can do in this country going forward. As I said earlier, if you do have anything to provide further that you haven't been able to talk about in the short time that we have, please provide that. And also, if you've been asked to provide additional information from Senator Pratt or myself, please do so by providing that to the Secretariat as soon as possible or no later than 5 p.m. on Monday, 30 June 2025, our time. So thank you again, and thank you for all the incredible work that you're doing to help educate and eradicate everything around PFAS. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was incredible.
Thank you. Well, that concludes our inquiry today. Thank you all for appearing, and thank you to Hansard and Broadcasting for their assistance, and to all those that watched online. Thank you. I stand adjourned. Committee stands adjourned. Thank you.